Step right in. Through the sand and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern, bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief. Mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showmen, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending? Or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you? Or just a ritual? Under the wings of white, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of white, we're calling out the sky. Not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to lie. Bright in the night, we question the answer. Try under the wings of white.
Hell yeah. Welcome in everybody to the Batcolyte. Make sure you're tapping the screen, sharing the live. We are just getting started. We're already up to 5,000 likes, which is really amazing. And I appreciate all of those shares. Of course, if you haven't already gone, added the story, all those things help get us out to the FYP. And maybe to somebody who can question their beliefs. If you have a belief, though, in a God or God's higher power or really anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not here to argue. I really am just here to see if you can question whatever it is you believe in. And, I mean, if you can, and I've questioned you before, well, now's your chance to turn the tables if you've been waiting to question the questioner. There's plenty of boxes open, and I will, to the best of my ability, answer your questions. We had a couple guests in queue right here at the beginning, and all they had to do was wait till right now. I don't think they did. Let's see if this one did. Oh, hey, we do have a guest.
Hello,
Tony. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 36. Almost
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
God.
Yeah, which god is that?
God.
Yeah, which god? Is this a specific god from a specific faith practice? Is there a book about
The
him?
Christian God.
I see. That's a lot of background noise. All we hear is your background noise there. So you said you believe in the Christian God. Have you read your Bible from beginning to
I have
end?
read the Bible.
You're still very quiet. I asked if you'd read
I
it
have read the
from
Bible.
beginning to end.
Can I quote it from beginning to end?
I did not ask that. If you'd stop talking over me, you'd hear the questions that are being asked. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Can you repeat that one more time?
I think 4 is enough.
I was switching my headphones around. I'm sorry.
It's interesting. It doesn't sound any different. Well, Tony, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal? Oh, that might have been a slip in the finger. Yeah, mod removed. You're welcome to request back up, Tony. I think that was a mistake.
Hi.
Hi, welcome back. So, I was asking if you read it from beginning to end.
Are you talking about both testaments, or?
Yeah, that would be the whole Bible, right?
I did read it when I was younger, yes. But I think that... Sorry, go ahead.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
I think they're more metaphorical. So I do believe in a higher power, like God. Kind of started it, like the Big Bang.
Okay.
And then, there was light, the sun, then the earth formed, and then we had water, plants.
Okay. I didn't ask for you to give me the entire existence of the universe from your perspective. I simply asked if you had read it from beginning to end.
Yes.
Do you believe this story? And I'd asked if they were literal. You said they were metaphors. So the 6-day creation, you were just going into the beginning of things. Are you saying you believe in a Big Bang?
I do. I believe in science.
Does it matter to you if science and the Bible contradict?
Yes, but I also think, like I said, that it's metaphorical. So religion
What is
is
the
the
metaphor? I'm sorry, what is the metaphor in Genesis 1?
So, like the 6 days, religion explains what we didn't know
How? I'm sorry. You're saying
scientifically.
religion explains what we didn't know scientifically. Where
Yeah.
in the first chapter of Genesis is science explained?
It's not. I was
Okay, then
explaining
how
that
does
the
it
6
explain?
days, the
Or
6 days,
there might be a delay, but I'm going to ask you a question. What does the 6 days have to do with science?
how we became to be.
Yeah, where is that represented in science?
Well, first there was light,
Are you sure?
there was darkness, and then there was light.
Is this according to the Bible?
Yeah. Genesis. Which Bible are you talking about?
Sorry. Tony, is there a reason why you're so, like, antsy and agitated while I'm asking these questions?
Because I just talked to a bunch of flat earthers.
Okay, well, I'm not a flat earther, and you can leave
That's
your
good.
baggage at the door if you're capable of questioning your beliefs and having a
I believe in
respectful
science.
conversation where you stop talking over me. You're welcome to request backup, but if you're not capable of self-control, then you can go somewhere else. Yeah, that's twice that you were unable to control yourself. If you're not able to control yourself, Tony, then there are plenty of places on this app where people scream at each other and talk over each other and try to make points and prove each other wrong. This ain't it. This is not that place. Wow, we take just a minute. Thank you guys for the 5.8 thousand times you tapped the screen. That's really amazing. Appreciate all of that. Also, I'm pretty sure we hit a gift goal back there. So, let me make sure if it'll give me the list. Yeah, I knew I saw Rav in there. Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Fibonacci and Rav. And looks like always mustard. Hell yeah. Appreciate all of you for helping with the first goal. And I do appreciate all of you just for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live. Those things are great, but just showing up, whether you hang out and ask your questions or if you just come in to fall asleep, you guys are amazing. We could probably try again with Tony, but I wonder if he's actually here to question his beliefs. If that's something he can do. If it is, then we might be able to have a conversation, see where that goes. But we're not here for a debate. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I'm not here to burgle your gods. I am here to see if you can question your beliefs. Simple as that. That's where the questions take us. To see if you can. Not to take anything away. I don't know, monster. I'm not sure if that's the right day of the week. Alright, let's try this. And if you are waiting in queue and you can question your beliefs, be patient. Take one guest at a time. Welcome back, Tony.
Hello.
Somehow you've gotten quieter since the last time you were here.
Sorry.
Okay. We were talking about your beliefs in creation and science, and you had said you believed in the Big Bang, and also the Bible as a metaphor. And I was trying to find out what it was that was true or metaphorical about Genesis 1 in relation to science.
So, you're not here to argue. I thought this was a debate live. I'm sorry. But the reason why I said
next
that.
to my box.
Oh. I'm sorry. I can still explain it, if that helps. I do question my beliefs all the time.
What does that mean?
Like, if I think that religion is an explanation for the unexplainable. And so as science progresses, we learn more about what really happens to
Does
make
it matter
the
to
world
you?
the way it is.
Does it matter
does.
to you if that...
Sorry.
I'd like to finish the question.
Sorry.
It's all right, Tony. I think what I'd recommend is that you get some water and a nap and maybe not come up on TikTok lives in that state of agitation. If you're not looking for agitation, I'm not. So I'm going to move on. Once where you can't exercise self-control is a little unnerving. Twice is really starting to get problematic. 3 times, you should talk to somebody about that. That's really disturbing. I see we're starting off strong with the gentleness of 1 Peter 3:15. Oh, oops. They don't usually read that part. Fibonacci, if you got a question for the questioner, go ahead. You've definitely been questioned before and can question your beliefs. Well, also, we have a Braj. Hello,
Hello,
Braj.
32 TOS. Hi.
How are you doing?
Good, you?
I could complain if I wanted. I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, sometimes it's fun. Oh, I had a question. Sorry. Question the questioner. If something feels maybe more woo or more metaphysical than it does tangible, is it worth, I don't know, maybe finding the usefulness still is good, but is it worth your time? Or like, I don't know.
So your question is, are things that are more metaphysical than tangible worth our time?
Just personally to you, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. It can be worth the time to decide if it's worth the time.
Is it worth? Is it worth? Maybe not belief. Is it not worth belief? Not time. Time, good, but
I might put time towards all kinds of things I don't. Um, but I can see some usefulness in at least discussing those things and understanding them and questioning them.
I thought of something funny because I guess my question just runs in circles. But the question I asked crows through how do you balance chaos and order? I mean, yeah.
I have no idea. That sounds like a huge task that is not something I would want to undertake. I don't remember
Or what
being
the?
born Thrayle, the chaos balancer.
No, not in literal sense, but what does chaos and order help you? Like, what does as a meditation, maybe even if you don't use it as one? How does? What's your conclusion? I guess when it comes to chaos and order.
I hear people talk about balance. You need so much of this and so much of that. I think, like most things, it's something that's going to be dependent on the case. Case by case scenarios may call for more order, and some may allow room for more chaos, or even be beneficial.
I like it. It almost feels like detached from expectation. I don't know. That's what I get from it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, if I insist upon some balance between order and chaos, I feel like that's a rather large imposition and something that, well, it's just really might be too orderly. But I appreciate you, Brad. W's for Brad, as always. Great questions. We had another guest in queue, and now he's gone. Well, maybe you have a belief in some kind of god or godlike thing. Maybe you can question that belief, and maybe you have a way to tap the boxes over here or the pink and blue people down there and request up. And maybe I'll have some questions for you. Monster, I don't know if we were formed into or formed from chaos. What is chaos? Here one moment, gone the next. Well, still plenty of boxes, and we're through like 3 phantoms so far. Monster says, I wasn't created in a strange creator's image. I'll tell you that. Well, I don't know what image we're resembling, but why would we have been created in any image? Why created at all? And
Good evening.
good evening, Blake. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I have a question for you,
Go for it.
if you're willing to be experimented on a little bit.
I mean, is that the question?
Well, that's like proto question one.
Okay, so consent for being a guinea pig.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe. Let's see.
It has to. Well, no, actually, I can't say that. I'm already messing up my experiment. Okay, you're shown a set of 4 cards placed on a table. Each one has a number on one side and a color on the other. The visible faces that are shown to you are a 3, an 8, a blue, and a red. Which card must you turn over in order to test if a card shows an even number on one face, then its opposite face is blue?
Repeat the very last question, because I think the wording of that was specific.
Which cards must you turn over in order to test that if a card shows an even number on one face, then its opposite side is blue?
Okay. So to test if, the most accurately, if an even card has a blue opposite face.
Yeah, and this is more than just a riddle. There's a point to it afterwards.
Yeah, no, I think I get. There were 2 numbers. One was odd, one was even, one was blue, one was red. The
Yep.
two other cards, blue and red. 2 cards, odd and even. I mean, I think some people might say to turn over the blue card and see if it's even, but you have an even card presented to you, and if the question is, do even cards present a blue reverse, then it seems the obvious test is to turn the 8. I could be wrong.
Would you turn over any other cards?
Oh, so I can turn other cards over?
Yep.
Well, then yeah, I turn them all over. I thought it was pick one, but yeah, no, absolutely. The larger sample size.
Sorry, it's which cards must you turn over?
Oh, must I turn over? Oh, I don't think I need to turn the red one over. Assuming all cards are a number and a color, I don't think I need to turn the red one over.
Okay, I'll ask the question in a different way. It's the same logical setup, but if you have 4 people at a bar, one person has soda, one person has beer, and there is the 2 other people's IDs are out on the table visible. One of them is 35 and one of them is 16. Who do you have to ID and who do you have to kick out of the bar?
Okay, 4 people at a bar, 2 IDs on the table.
Mm-hmm. 2 of them you haven't checked their drink yet. 2 of them you see soda and beer, and the other 2 have their IDs out on the table, visible. One of them's 16, one of them's 35.
I mean, if it's Texas after 9 p.m. and they're not with a parent, I gotta throw the 16-year-old. No,
And then whose ID would you need to check between the 2 people that have drinks, one soda, one's beer?
I think I was being facetious on the throwing the 16-year-old out, but I think you do have to, right? I'm not, I don't know, Blake, I want to ask questions about all of this.
Yeah. So it is the same logical construct, but when it is an abstract logical framework, humans struggle to understand this. But when it is attached to a social setting, people much more easily understand, like, oh yeah, they're under the age of drinking. You gotta get, like, that's the one. And the with the 2 drinks, you understand, like, oh, I have to check the person that is drinking the beer. Mm-hmm. And the correct answer with the first one is you have to turn over the 8 card and the red card.
And the red card. Oh, interesting.
It's an experiment that shows into how people, like, how abstract logical reasoning is not very innate to people. It's been called either the most important experiment in, like, psychology or the Rubik's Cube of psychology. We still can't decide.
I wonder if the results are different when the questions are administered verbally rather than written, or even in scenario when you place someone with the 4 cards, put them in the room.
So what this also shows us is that people tend to not check against a rule. They try to look for things that confirm a rule. There's another version of this test where you put 2 boxes out on a table, and one has white objects in it and the other has black objects in it. And you are asked to tell the experimenter what to do and tell them what they need to do to show you objects to see if the rule that all white objects are triangles and only, or like triangles are only white. And what tends to happen is people only ask to see the white objects and confirm it. It takes them a while to think of, oh wait, I should check the black objects to see if there are any triangles in there. Because if there's one triangle in the black box, the rule is broken, we're done.
Interesting. If the red card were even, the rule is broken, and we're done.
Yep. And we just tend to not do that. But it's the most effective way to see if a rule is correct. How does that make you feel, Mr. Skeleton Man?
Well, anytime that I do do some kind of test or quiz or something like that, I want to take it again. If like, I wonder how many experiments like that can present similar patterns of thinking. How many can exercise ways to organize the thoughts better, the logic.
Sorry, let me get my headphones on. Yeah, so where this has an implication is where, like what Lucid Dream said down in the comments, is that like when we think of deficits of information like that the public has, that like there used to be this belief like people just need the information. If they have the information, they'll look at the information and they'll logically come to the correct conclusion. But what a lot of these studies are showing us is that we emotionally make a decision and then rationalize it afterwards, or like we naturally have a confirm the rule versus go against and like see if the contrary is correct or if we can disprove the idea. And that's why Einstein was awesome, because he was like, I challenge you all to prove me wrong.
Well, I'm not challenging anyone to prove me wrong, and I'm not here to prove you wrong, but if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. We might have a few questions for you.
And that is all to say, this is why critical thinking and questioning is important.
Absolutely. Yeah, as soon as you were presenting the card one, I'm like, I need to take note.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like a very abstract.
Yeah. And when you said blue card, I'm like, wait a minute, what kind of cards are they? Why aren't they black and red?
Yeah, it's so abstract. It's like you need like it's like you almost need like a Punnett square to solve it from scratch the first time if you're gonna work it out.
Fibonacci's got it down. It is sometimes hard to follow all the details. But yeah, no, I like that. I like that experiment. It's interesting.
Yeah, they were talking about it on this podcast I listened to called The Rest is Science. And there's a book that goes into more detail about the studies and stuff that I'm starting to read. So good, so interesting, and slightly scary.
How's everybody doing?
That's awesome. I'm doing great, Lucid. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, you sure can, man. I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I started out as a child. I was born Christian. Like I was born into. I wasn't born Christian. That's a horrible way to put that. I was born into a Christian family and kind of put into that doctrine. As I got into my teen years, I became rebellious and started to explore and started to believe more in science and evolution, and I had problems with the stories of Genesis and stuff like that in the Bible. And I still do have issues with Genesis and stuff like that, but I'm slowly finding my faith back. I would consider myself to be a Christian man, just I struggle with my faith.
Have you since read the Bible from beginning to end?
I'm currently, let me check.
Checking off app. We won't be able to hear you till you come back, just so you know. And
Sorry about that. So I'm in Chronicles right now. So
Chronicles, okay. So working your way through the Old Testament.
New Testament.
Oh. Ha- Does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
No. I believe, well, the part I would say that would matter if it was true or not for my own personal belief would be obviously the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ himself. A lot of things outside of that, I don't want to say is open to interpretation, because you're not supposed to interpret like extremely into you're supposed to take the word for what it is, and that's what it is. At least that's what I was taught. But I would say that the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, if that was to not be real, for me personally, it would crumble my belief. That's for sure.
Fascinating. I might have more questions on that in a moment, but I am curious. Outside of the death and resurrection, why doesn't it matter if the rest of the book is true?
For me personally, I say it doesn't matter because it seems to me from my readings that what I would consider to the Bible to be is a compilation of stories from different people's point of views. And that can be very, I'm trying to look for the right words here, sorry, but that could be swayed. It could be, some people could be saying things to make you think a certain way and stuff like that. Like they could just be, I'm very open to the fact that, these could be stories, literal children's stories kind of thing, but they turned into, this big book that we all believe in and all that stuff.
So that's how you feel about the stories outside of the death and...
I wouldn't say everything, but I would say a lot of the early stuff in the Bible for sure. Yes, 100%.
Could the story of Jesus also be just a story made up?
I believe it could be. It very well could be, but I think there is a lot of evidence via the shroud, the testaments of people from that time, and just I believe there is a lot of hard evidence that there was a man that walked the earth that was named Jesus, and I'll to speak on the resurrection fact. And go ahead.
I'm curious, why is it you believe that the shroud is evidence for Jesus in any way?
There's things that I've looked into. I was going to say I've seen, but I've never physically touched the shroud or looked at it myself, so I can't say that I've seen. But things that I've heard, whether it be online or watching things, doing research myself, that seem divine, I would say, about that piece of cloth, for it to hold a man's face for so long, like to hold the picture of the man. And I believe there's blood in the cloth as well, and other things like that I don't know if blood deteriorates, honestly, if it would over the years or not, or if that would be divine that it's still there.
Interesting. Have you ever looked into scientific testing that's been done on that?
I've watched very, very short form video of people talking on some of the scientific testing that's been done. I've never personally looked into it, no.
I can already tell Blake's got a question. Go for it, Blake.
Yeah, have you ever seen what the skin of a video game character looks like when it is not on the character? Like when it's just the 2D image?
No, I actually haven't. I'm an avid gamer, and like I was trying to think of if like the game glitched or something, if you get what I'm saying, and like you see the character in a different light. But I've never seen a character in development and seen the skin or anything like that. No.
Yeah, you should look it up. It's really interesting because you can see how, like, to get it to map onto the character, how they have to like distort the image to get it to like sit right in like all of the different places. And so you can see what like the imprint of somebody that's wrapped in a shroud should look like from that. And then you can like compare the two and they look very different.
Very, very different. Okay, that's intriguing. That's very. Thank you for that. I'm going to look into that for sure.
Is it possible that the shroud is as was reported by the early I think it was a monk who delivered it, that it was a forgery?
I believe it is very possible. Very possible. The question is who would benefit from continuing that lie, if you understand what I'm saying.
You mean like a church?
Yeah, 100%.
Have you ever done a pilgrimage or gone to a pilgrimage site?
No, I've done a lot of research on what's the one they do, the pilgrimage that happened, the biggest pilgrimage in the world. It's at the, oh my gosh, why am I drawing blanks? I want to Google something, but I don't want to drop out of the panel. Oh, the Taj. No, it's not the Taj Mahal. Why can't I think of it? Oh my lord, I feel so uncultured.
Do you mean Mecca?
Mecca, yes, thank you so much. Yes, I've done lots of research on Mecca, and I know a lot about the pilgrimage that goes on for them, kind of thing. But I've never done one myself. No.
Yeah, a lot of pilgrimage sites are funded by the people that come and visit them. At different shrines, there's usually like a donation box and things like that. There's also, much like any kind of, I'm trying to say, tourism, like it, like when people come to a place, they bring their money and they need to eat, they need like a place to stay, they need a lot of things just to like exist as they do their pilgrimage. Do you see how that might like create an incentive for a community to like create a pilgrimage site by having an item like this?
Just to make sure I'm understanding you, are you saying it would to like incentivize these people to donate to the cause, for lack of better words?
Like, yeah. Do you see how like having a holy relic would attract people, and even if like they don't have to pay to see the relic, that it would increase donations to say like the church that was like housing a holy relic, or even like a monastery or a shrine or temple that was like housing a holy relic.
No, I definitely do. But the hard one for me is there's a lot of other relics from other times and stuff like that in the existence of humans on this planet that we don't have, like the shroud per se, to go back to that people have done crazy things to try to discover or prove the realness of, or you know, so, and that's without having any tangible, like whether it's a forged thing that's not really real or not having in front of them. They still go to crazy lengths and do insane things. So I could definitely see the benefit of having something tangible for people to touch and get a feeling from. Yeah.
Have you heard the Catholic Church's view on it when they even though they housed it for a long time?
No, I'm not familiar with the Catholic Church's view on of them housing it. No.
Do you know of the Catholic Church's practice of relics and reliquaries when it comes to like dioceses and parishes?
No, I do not. No, not at all. I mean, the only thing I can think of that aligns with my brain with the line of questioning you're giving me now is really and it might not even go in line with you. I'm sorry if it doesn't, but it would be the destruction of relics that they didn't see fit throughout history, you know, like whether it be pagan relics and everything like that. Like, it's, if it wasn't of God, then who gave a crap to them, you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean it's not a relic, you know?
Well, yeah, they did that, but not so much that. Whenever the Catholic Church establishes a new diocese or cathedral or parish, and they used to be more strict about this, but it's kind of like sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't now. But so whenever they're blessing like a cathedral or setting up a new parish or setting up a new diocese, they usually donate a relic and a reliquary, which is just like a fancy box or like crystal encasement for a relic. And all of these relics are different things, like supposed like splinters of the cross, or mostly though it's like pieces of saints' remains are the relics. So the Catholic Church has thousands and thousands and thousands of relics that they still consider like true and holy. I would recommend looking up what they believe about the shroud in comparison to some of those other objects.
Some of those relics, yeah. Would you say that they, not to question you, I'm sorry, but would you say they hold those relics at a higher point than, say, the shroud?
Yes.
I'm sure I'll just discover that in my own research. I didn't need to ask you, but I thank you for letting me know. Like I say, I mean, I have, especially in my adult years, I've always wanted to have faith. I believe there's good things that come from having faith and believing in that there's something higher, a higher power out there than us as humans. You know, I've met people that believe that we are the gods and things like that. And maybe we are. I'm not going to shunt those people down on their beliefs by any means. I just personally don't believe that is a healthy belief for you to have, to think that you are the top.
Interesting. Do you think that it is a healthy belief to have if yours were false? If the events were not true, is it healthy to have a prescriptive religious doctrine with false promises?
I believe I would answer yes to that 100%. And
Why?
I would say that having any belief, like as much as I said it was an unhealthy belief, the way I personally believe, that's my own interpretation and everything like that. I really don't have any right to tell any human being, you know what I mean, where their belief should lie, or if they're right or wrong, or
Right. You were saying that it was unhealthy to believe in yourself as a highest thing. I was simply asking if it would be unhealthy if your religion were false.
Oh, it'd be very, very unhealthy if my religion was false. I mean, how many people have been killed in the oh sorry. How many people have been unalived in the name of a god? And imagine if that god never even existed, like, wow, like that. It's bad enough to begin with, let alone with it all being fake, if that were the case.
Not, not to seem like I'm promoting it one view over another, but I am curious. Wouldn't it be both empowering and show a level of responsibility if you thought you were your highest thing?
It could be. I believe you're onto something there, and it could be empowering, and it could be. But it wouldn't be. I don't believe it'd be this. Nothing's the same for each person. We're all different. We all experience things differently and take things in differently. And
Do you remember the quote, the buck stops here?
yes.
Does your buck stop here?
I don't believe so. I think my questions and my own beliefs continue.
What I mean is, does the responsibility fall on you for things that happen in your life that you are involved in?
Yes, I'm a big believer that, say, any situation I put myself in life, a lot of times people try to blame other people for something that happened to them, but I'm a firm believer that, I put myself in that situation to be with that person, to do whatever that is my doing, my responsibility.
In your worldview, why is God not responsible?
I believe that God isn't responsible because he is outside of my world at this point. To say he would be in a fourth dimension, or to say he would be, that was a horrible way to put it, in a fourth dimension, but it was just
So he's not here.
Yes, exactly. He's very much
So there's no
outside.
God here.
Not in anything that we can see or perceive. The way I look at it is the whole, like,
Does he have power or influence here?
does he have power, influence through our belief in him? I would say yes.
So he can't affect change in this world.
I don't personally believe that he could start, meteors could start falling tomorrow and demons could rain down and that would all be his doing. I don't personally believe that, no.
Is he not capable?
It's a great question. I feel like if I say yes, it's going against everything I've said, but within my Christian belief, I have to, something in me has to say he must be capable. How can I say I believe and then say he's not capable of doing these things? Maybe he just doesn't want to, I guess.
So, in your Christian view, you see him as all-powerful and can do these things, but something before that moment that I asked, you didn't think that was something that he could, or was it just something that he wouldn't?
I see the contradiction in that. Yeah, I'd say it's something that he wouldn't. Like, if for my belief personally, I'd say he's, I have troubles with Genesis, so it's hard for me to go back to Genesis. But I'd say that, in Genesis, in the start of the Bible, it explains him doing, all the things he did with creation and all that. So I believe that was his, like, once he wiped his hands, you know what I mean, and walked away, he wiped his hands and left the world to be as it was without him having any more, like, his hands weren't to touch it anymore, if you get what I'm trying to say, I guess.
Is that what it says?
No,
His
not
hands
from what
won't touch it.
No, not at all from what I've read. That is not what it says.
And there are examples after that where he intervenes, touches, does things, right?
Yeah, yes, very much. I believe that would be, that's the interpretation of the people, the stories, as I said at the start, of them seeing something, like whether a flood happens, and they would say, oh, well, that was of God's doing. They did that flood. But the science in me and everything says, well, there was an earthquake in the earth and it caused a tsunami, and that was, and I don't think that he caused that earthquake. No.
Fascinating. You said you have problems with Genesis. Do your problems start in chapter 1?
Yes, yeah. My problems start with the creation story, and I'm gonna mess it up, but it started with the water, and then the light, and then the dark, and then the animals, and then the people, and yeah.
Does the order seem unlikely to be true?
Yes, in my disconnect from my belief in my teen years and my early 20s, I really leaned into science more than anything. And I just, with evolution and the history we have of believe that would, I personally believe in, the scientific way that, we were our universe was a cloud of gas and dust, and our the earth was created by rock coming together. Like, and most Christians probably wouldn't really back that belief, maybe.
So then, if you believe in a naturally forming earth, what about the Adam and Eve story, chapter 2, 3?
The Adam and Eve story it becomes, I find that if you had issues with chapter 1, it's hard to go into 2 and just strongly 2 and 3 and just strongly all of a sudden be like, okay, I'm fine with this now, if you understand what I mean by that. Like, if I had the issues with chapter 1, I personally still have issues with the story of Adam and Eve and the tree and the serpent, and God telling the snake that it was doomed to live on its belly and eat dirt for the rest of its life. Like, it just, I don't know, some things about that just don't sit well with me.
Do you ever watch snakes eat dirt?
I've never seen a snake eat dirt personally. I've seen them eat other things.
I can't say I have either.
Lots of friends that had snakes. He never fed the snake dirt, to be honest with you.
I've had snakes. We weren't supposed to feed them dirt.
I'm glad you didn't feed your snakes dirt, bro.
So, would it matter to you if, at least according to the Bible, that the Jesus character believed these stories to be true?
Yeah. Just because I do believe. I know this. I probably sound so bad, but I do believe in the Holy Trinity, and if how could God not believe in God's story, if you get what I mean by that kind of thing?
Right, but why would God believe the parts that aren't true?
I believe only He would know the parts that are untrue, and to go with what I said earlier, I don't believe that He would, just have it rewritten or anything like that. Like,
hang on, Blake, I don't think snakes have gizzards. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I'm not a snake scientist. I'm a plant scientist and a human mind scientist.
Isn't that a botanist, Blake? No.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Does it matter if the book contradicts itself?
To me personally, no, it doesn't matter. As an overall of someone trying, why not for me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to take some time to think about that one. I've never really thought to myself why that doesn't really affect me. That I believe there are contradicting pieces in there, but I just brush by, and I'm like, well, that's just this part, you know. Maybe give me a second to come back on that one.
Absolutely. Take your time. And while he does, thank you everybody for the 11,000 times you've tapped the screen. That's really amazing. We're up to 19 shares, but of course we could keep hitting that little arrow, copy the link, or send the live out to a friend, add to story, all those things help get us out to the FYP, and maybe a few more people might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
To answer the question, I think, as you might be able to tell from me, I do question a lot of things, and I do struggle with my own belief deeply. So when I find those contradictions, it just opens up, or what some would call contradictions, I guess, and even myself included. I guess it just opens up more line of questioning for me, which is just intriguing to me as a person and kind of makes me want to delve deeper into the information. So I think that'd be my answer for that.
Who do you believe wrote the Gospels?
Well, I believe it dated in the name of the chapters and everything of who writes each gospel, whether it be John or Mark or.
Why do you believe that?
Deep down, to answer that question, probably because of the way I was raised more than anything, and being around it early. I was, I don't want to say forced into anything by any means, but I was definitely pushed into that at a very early age and went to Sunday school and all that stuff. And it really made me believe that these people were real people, and their testaments were, I don't want to say completely true stories, but true stories kind of thing.
I'm sorry, whose testaments?
The Gospels, like any of the Gospels, really, whether it be John, like I said, or Mark.
Have you read all the Gospels?
No, I have not. I'm sure I might find more contradictions as I continue to read through.
You might find contradictions. You might find the opposite. You might find verbatim copying. What would that tell you?
Verbatim. I feel like an uncultured swine here. Remind me on what verbatim means. Sorry. that's
Word for word.
Word for word. Okay. Can you repeat the question one more time? Sorry, Thrayle.
If there were verbatim passages where they were copying each other, it was evident, like this part was directly written from this part, what would that indicate to you?
To me, it would indicate a continuation of a shared story amongst different people living different lives. Like they had, like I would say, they had similar situations or like experiences. Very even, you couldn't even say like exact experiences, even.
So you would say that exact phrasings of things would tell you that these were people that experienced the same thing.
Yes. Yeah.
No, it wouldn't indicate to you that one came earlier and the other potentially copied it and then embellished.
That could be a thing, but it doesn't indicate that to me right away, personally. I don't take right into the fact that someone's copywriting, plagiarizing from the last person and just, it has no idea to continue, so they just copy and paste, Even though we like to do that as humans without quoting our sources.
Which Gospels have you read?
me go.
15,000. Hell yeah. Appreciate you guys tapping that screen. And good evening or good morning, wherever you are, to everybody just joining us and everybody who's been here. Hope y'all are doing well.
I believe it would be Joshua, Samuel, Ruth, and I think that's just about it as far as I
So
am.
you've read Joshua, Samuel, and Ruth.
Yes.
Interesting. So you haven't read the four, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
No, I've dived into those chapters, you know, whether it be partially, but I've never read them from beginning to end to say no.
Why not?
I would say in my early years, I wasn't an avid as I am now on wanting to. I had no desire to read from start to finish the Bible and everything like that. So I just picked and chose what I liked and what I wanted to, you know. And as I'm an adult now, and I'm starting to realize that I need to have a full understanding. You have to fully delve into something, you know.
Thank you, Quantum. That was beautiful. Thank you. So now, is it important to you to read the whole thing?
Yes. So I can
And
have.
if you would,
Sorry, go ahead.
sorry, I was going to ask if you were to discover it was not true somehow externally, would you feel that the reading of the whole thing would have been a waste of time?
No, because given the information I have right now, you know, hindsight is 2020. You know, like you can look back and you can be like, but with the information I have now, I couldn't say that I wouldn't regret anything or no.
So even now, if you were presented evidence that it's not true, that these events didn't happen, most of them are myths or exaggerations, and some of the most important characters didn't even exist. If that were the case, big hypothetical if, would you still want to read the whole thing?
So I could have educated conversations like this where I was fully informed and able to give a proper opinion. Yes.
And if that were the case, that it were not true, would you still want to participate in the faith and believe in the God?
If for me personally, if a lot of the things were disproven and the Bible was deemed to be a forgery and it was all, you know, tomorrow it was all brought in front of me, the belief in the Bible God, you know, might be gone, but my personal belief that there's something bigger out there than us that has a part to play in maybe not so much our world but our universe and all that stuff, and just the universe in general. Like I wouldn't discredit that there isn't a God anymore just because the Bible was disproven, I guess would be my answer to that.
But would you still participate in the faith practices, in knowing that it was built on myth?
Depends on what practices we're talking about. I mean, I probably wouldn't attend a Sunday service or anything like that, no, but would I still, in times of need, pray to that higher power that I believe in? Yes, I would probably, you know, I'd still partake in prayer for sure.
when you talk about there being something greater aside from, or regardless of the Bible, what is that you're talking about? The thing you would pray to?
See, that is a very good question, because at this point I pray to the Bible of the God of the Bible kind of thing. So at that point, who would I be praying to? Who would I be talking to? What would I call them? How would I call upon them? That's all very hard things that I'd have to come to terms with when the time came, I guess. I did have a question for you. Do you mind if I throw a question at you in the middle of this, Thrayle?
I'll allow it. Yeah.
Do you believe in free will?
What is free will?
The ability for us as human beings to consciously make decisions based off of nothing, just off of our free will.
I don't know what that means. Free will, making decisions based on free will, doesn't quite make sense if you're using the thing you're defining in the definition. But really quick, I gotta say thank you to Tiny for the raid. Hell yeah, welcome in everybody. Yeah, free will.
I say it because it's a question I've had for myself recently, and I just thought it'd be a great question to ask you. I believe in cause and effect, and I believe a lot of our decisions that we make, that some people might think are based off of free will, like, there aren't so much free will. It's a compilation of our past experiences and lives that have led us to make that decision, kind of, if you understand.
Do you think your neurology, your brain chemistry might play a role in that as well?
100%. That's why I believe someone from a trouble.
Sorry, so you're saying that basically all the prior events before a moment and your brain chemistry, which would also be based on, prior things that happened, all of that would be what makes anything seem like a decision.
Yes, that's what I'd be saying.
Have you ever heard of determinism?
No, I have not.
It might interest you to look into determinism. Is basically what you're describing. I wonder how that. I wonder how that plays into a belief in a God. How that relates or contradicts.
Very much. How does our past experiences and our brain chemistry, like you're saying, and everything affect our belief or our non-belief in whatever it be?
Well, and if that is what dictates our behavior, if that is what experience is, then what sense does it make for there to be a God deciding our fate, our reward or punishment for the behaviors that are basically programmed, or not programmed, but resultant of every instance?
I'd say maybe that's part of my struggle too, right? Is when I speak and I say a God outside of the Bible God and everything like that. Like I personally believe that they're not out here to judge you on everything you do or don't do, and all those kind of things, and to be there when you pass, to question you, to ask you if you deserve to go here or there. I struggle with that. And then the purpose part, like what would be the purpose of the God at that point? To speak on that a little bit more, to go into kind of a little what I was saying. I believe the purpose is, outside of everything you said, and more of creation. The purpose would be creation, and not judgment, I guess. As corny as that sounds.
So the purpose would be creation.
The purpose of the God would be for creation, yes. For the creation of, say...
Would the God be subject to these priors, its own priors?
When you say
things that happened before.
Oh.
Is it determined?
That's tough. See, I think sometimes when I try to answer these questions, like some question like that, it's kind of like an ant to a human kind of thing. If you get what I'm saying, like I can't perceive or understand if I think that God is a higher being than me, as much would I think that they are affected, their quote unquote brains, if they even had them, are affected by their brain chemistry. Like it's just so many tangibles and all that for me to answer. As we were saying, it's our brain chemistry was part of the lining of things. Does that God even have a brain to have the brain chemistry? Like
if there's no brain, if it's just a cause, absent purpose, absent mind, or intent, how is it God?
To me, it would.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would say to me it would be God, because of the higher being than me, to not being tangible or touchable or seeable by me.
What
but
makes
still,
it a being?
I don't think a being is the greatest definition, but what would make it why I say a being is because that's all I know. We have I could say it was a spirit, but have I ever physically touched a spirit? Have I been
What's a spirit?
Connected to by spirits? Yes. To me, a spirit would be the essence of. Oh, that's a hard thing to define super quick, but I'd say the essence of a person outside of their flesh and mind. Like, that doesn't even sound great, honestly. But we'll go with it.
What is essence?
In the way I'm trying to use it in that term, I don't think it would be very literal to what essence is, but what I would be trying to say by saying essence is like something I can't see or touch or smell or anything like that. None of my senses can feel that it's there, but I actually, it's hard for me to even say that when I've personally had spiritual things happen to me, but never smelt something, touched something, but definitely been connected to by it. Yeah.
What does that mean, connected to?
When I say connected to, I guess I would say when someone passes away, when someone unalives, you would think that you wouldn't be able to have a conversation with them anymore. You wouldn't be able to see, feel, touch, smell anything about them anymore. But myself personally, as well as many other people, I'm sure, have had, visits, whether it be from loved ones or from grief or anything like that.
Feeling. Are you describing a feeling, an internal, emotional moment?
If I don't want to go into story time or anything, but I would say if we consider a dream to be a feeling, then yes. Yes. I believe dreams can
What
give you feelings.
would it well, I have a question, but first, what does the word spiritual mean in relation to these kinds of experiences?
In relation to these kind of experiences, I'd say that spiritual, I'd say that it means that there's still a part of a human that exists beyond their body and mind that can connect with other humans, outside of body. Maybe not so much outside of mind, I guess. Maybe you could put that in there too, but
A part of a human that exists outside of body and mind.
yeah, I'd almost take the mind out of there, I guess. But yeah, no, but I'd keep it in there actually, because how could a spirit? But yeah, a part of you that exists outside of your flesh, your body, and your mind, that goes on after.
Like toenails.
Wouldn't that be considered part of your body or mind?
So, I guess I'm wondering, what is it out past that? Is it outside of that? Is it beyond that? Or is it,
Beyond toenails, sorry?
yeah, like, how far out does it go?
I'd say it goes. How far does the spirit go? I believe it's within you as you are alive within.
So it's inside, but
Yes,
it's out.
it's inside of you, but when we on alive, it is released from you.
So it's within the body,
It is trapped within the body, I would say, yes.
trapped. It can't penetrate skin. Where's the bones?
Yeah, I could agree to that. I could agree to that. It can't,
So
like
the skin.
a trapped soul cannot talk with another soul, as far as I would see. Like, it would only be a free spirit that would be able to connect with the spirit within. No, when I say free spirit, I mean like one that's left. It's in relation to the conversation we were having, like one that's left the body, like a. Yeah, once again, yeah, like a spirit that no longer is trapped within that flesh, like I was saying, and has been given the freedom to, whether you say roam the world or roam that next dimension, that whatever.
Thank you, Quantum. Before we go into new dimensions, I'm still, I guess, trying to understand. So you have a spirit within you that is stuck within the skin, and once you unalive, it's able to then penetrate that and go somewhere else.
Yes, that's a fundamental belief that I've had for a long time. I would say yes, very much.
What is it that indicates to you that there is anything that survives your death?
From my research and from my own personal experiences, I'd say, whether it be out of body experiences that people have, I don't know how much or you've ever heard or looked into lots of people. I'm sure you've heard lots of stories of people telling you out of body is to be true. things like that, things like my own personal experience of being visited by what I would deem to be a spirit. Would I say that it could have just been, go back to the cause and effect in my brain chemistry, and maybe I was just missing that person a lot before I went to sleep? Could that be a thing? Yes. Is that what I believe? No.
Hmm.
Do you think that you can make meaning before something happens?
You think you can make meaning before something happens?
Yeah, can there be meaning before an event happens? Like, can you tell a story about something before it happens?
Mm, I want to say no. Like everything in me wants to say no. I'm trying to delve deeper into why I'd say yes, but everything in me wants to say no.
Right. So if you can only tell a story about something once it's happened, in other words, you can only derive meaning about something once it's happened, doesn't that tell you something about the stories that you tell yourself about anything? The ability to make meaning with something?
I'm trying to think of what that would tell me personally about myself. I was trying to find an example of where I might have had meaning, where I might have been able to give you where I'd have meaning in my life before, I found something to have that meaning for, and I just kept coming up completely blank. Is why I, in turn, answered that question no. The original question, no, sorry. And then to your further point, what would that like be or mean to me? I think is kind of what you're trying to say. If that were the case, if that's
No,
the
it's
case.
it's really like how can something, how can you assign, you gave the example of thinking about somebody before you're going to bed, and you're saying, well, like it could just be that I was thinking of them, but then you decided to tell yourself a story to make meaning out of it.
But how could I do that if am I following? You know what I mean? How could I do that if there was no event that happened to give me the meaning before? Is that what you're trying to say with that? Or sorry, I don't think I'm.
No problem. What I'm saying is, I guess what I'm asking is, um, how does somebody make meaning if something hasn't happened yet?
Faith, I'd say. I don't believe they really can. To get that, it kind of goes a full circle back to the original question. So I want to say I don't believe they can make that meaning. But
Right.
if, yeah,
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And so, if they can't make meaning without something having already happened, um, stands to reason that um, any meaning that's made is then a story being told about something that's already happened.
yeah, you're wow. You're really opening my eyes to even my own experience that I still consider to be spiritual and everything, but I'm seeing now how it could have been, it could have been a past event that caused me to have the experience that I had. Odd that it would happen when it happened on the night of the person being on live that was close to me, and I had no clue at the time, you know what I mean? They were on alive until I woke up and found out that, they're on alive. But maybe I was just deeply caring about them that night for some reason. But yeah.
gonna guess Rab either got a call or a low battery warning. We'll know.
Low battery warning. I am
There it is.
trying to catch a significant amount of Pokemon before this thing runs out.
Respect that. I can respect
Love that for
I
you.
very much respect that.
I'm doing God's work over here.
Yes, you
Okay.
are.
It's a
Catching
process.
Pokemon.
Thou shalt catch them all.
I have 92% of available Pokemon. I am really trying to catch them all. It's a childhood dream, if you will. Even if you won't.
Did you have any follow-ups on that line, Rab?
Well, I mean, I would like to hear more about the epiphany that you just had and what it means now that you're realizing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with meaning making, but what does it mean to make meaning like that? I mean, I know it sounds like a redundant question, but I really don't think it is.
For me personally, what it would mean to make meaning like that, the meaning for me, I'd say would be in the connection, like the connection to the person, to the feeling, to whatever's happened. For me in this situation I'm speaking of, though, and yeah, so they'd be like the connection to the person, and after the unaliving kind of thing. Because to speak on what we were saying, like I can connect, I can physically touch somebody, I can be with them, and I can feel them by me. But what about when they're not there anymore? Like, why can I still be visited, quote unquote, by or feel that? But the epiphany, to speak on that I'm having now from what you opened my mind to, is that maybe this is a cause and effect thing. Like I was speaking with Thrayle earlier, and that it was my past life events that just caused me to have that experience, and I took it for more than what it was, I guess. Could be a possibility.
I want to be clear. I'm not quantifying anything more than what it was. I'm just saying it is what it is. Like meaning making is not a I'm not making judgment on picking meaning, but I do think it's important to be aware of how and why meaning is being made in the first place.
Yeah, I agree, and that's something I don't think I ever delved into, the how and why that meaning was made, outside of that it was just something spiritual that happened to me personally, that I deemed spiritual, I should say.
Does your God have to exist? Does the Bible have to be true to be meaningful? For them to be meaningful?
No, I don't believe so. I think that the full circle back to the start, and I might not align or think that someone else's beliefs are true, and I might be able to debunk them in every way and tell them that they're not true with pure evidence. But is that that belief could still be good for that person in some way, or healthy, or a good belief? If it
Do you think that it's possible that a false belief, no matter how well intentioned, might lead to harm?
Yes, I believe more than often not, it will lead to harm. It's only the odd, rare cases, I'd say, where someone can somehow find the good, quote unquote, good, in a false belief and use it to benefit them in their lives. And
we were to apply what you just said to a potentially false Christianity, does it seem to fit?
It could very well, yes.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Lucid, but you have been a delightful guest. I really appreciate you answering all the questions openly and honestly.
Sure.
I can see that you can question, though there are some walls. I wouldn't mind questioning you again sometime. And I don't know if Blake or Rap have any more questions either. If you guys do, go for it.
I feel good. Thanks for engaging.
Thanks for having me up and everything, guys. Always great to talk with you guys and question my beliefs, and I'll continue to do that and hopefully be a little more educated on my own beliefs and have a deeper conversation next time.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Lucid. I hope you keep
Before you go, I have one
questions.
thing that I want to say that is applicable. Sorry, Thrayle. Sorry.
Go for it.
Just really quickly, I listened to the daughter of a Holocaust survivor tell her father's story today. And so you're looking at two generations of stories and meaning making out of something, right? And so she was saying that her father believed that he had a guardian angel watching over him the entire time. And he made decisions based on a voice that said he was hearing in his head that he described to be his mother and this guardian angel figure. And I think, like, what I'm saying is the ability to make meaning, regardless of how it's made. I'm not trying to downplay meaning making. Is what I'm trying to say. Like,
my interpretation is that it can be very powerful, is what you're trying to say, like that ability to make that meaning.
Yeah, I think it's just understanding, like, look, this guy was hiding in a shed for weeks with these two other women, and like he had this moment where he he heard a voice in his head say, "You need to get out of the shed," and he grabbed these two women, and literally seconds later, a bomb fell on the shed, and it was destroyed. And like, you know, like he was on his way to he was paying somebody to help him cross a particular border, and he his intuition told him that when somebody went to go get some food for them, that they should go hide up in a tree, and they climbed up into the tree, and uh, the guy who was supposed to be their guide came back and had brought some particular German soldiers with their dogs, uh, and they were up in the tree, and nobody bothered to look in the tree, and snow had fallen to cover their footsteps. I mean, like, look, meaning making is not a uh, you know, it's not a bad thing.
No, very, very
I think
powerful.
yeah, yeah,
And
that's all.
yeah, and to go just a little bit into that before I jump down, I'd just say, from my understanding of how I've heard you speak, Rav, and the way you use meaning making and everything, I like the way you use that, because like where I would say spiritual or divine or things like, people coming to you, it seems like, maybe I'm interpreting you wrong, but it seems like that's where you tend to use the meaning making, and I really like that. It's powerful and very, very good choice of wording or literature. Very good. I like it.
Well, well, it's not mine. I get it from pastoral care and clinical pastoral education. It's universal. It's people make meaning all the time. People tell stories about themselves all the time. And by the way, when we tell stories, we leave out critical details. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to question this person's particular narrative, but like, how long really was it before that bomb fell? And like, you know, uh,
Did the bomb fall on the shed somewhere
right, or
nearby?
next to the shit. Yeah, right. Like, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like, I do know that person lived, though,
Mm-hmm.
and so,
Through some
for whatever
things.
that's worth.
terrible, and
Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly.
and
And so, like, making meaning. Sorry.
they have a story that's meaningful to them.
Exactly. And that story probably helped them get through afterwards too.
100%. That story.
It made probably the horrible things that they had to do to survive less painful and more bearable. I mean,
What's
I part of the story was that this person had to work in a German war factory that was making the Zyklon gas that was in the chambers. You know, so how do you make meaning out of that?
hmm hmm
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I had a day today. I don't know if you can tell.
Sounds like it, Ralph.
Well,
Sounds
I
like
thank
it.
you very much for sharing that with me, Rav, and you definitely opened my mind. I like the literature. I thank Thrayle and Blake for the questioning and all the guests in the chat for
Appreciate
listening
you,
to me
Lucid.
ramble on.
Thank you. And I'm caught you in the ramble. Almost got a mid ramble. Don't be offended. I do that to all my friends. And people I can more than tolerate. So take it as a compliment. Appreciate you, Lucid. And I hope you next time we get to ask you more questions. But we can get some W's in the chat for Lucid. He can definitely question his beliefs. And if, yeah, Uncle Batman gave him an M. That's all right. There were questions there, and he's questioning. And I imagine the next time we speak to him, especially if he's read more of his Bible, he might have some different questions.
Why would anyone want to do that? Just kidding.
That's a good question. We have a few people who've been waiting in the queue for a little while, and I was trying to get to at least one of them before they all turn into, apparitions. We got a Captain Monty joining us. Captain, can I get your age for TikTok, too? Gonna guess he didn't mean to join. They didn't mean to join. Captain Monty. We'll set you down. Appreciate you. And nope. Nope. Well, now I feel bad we rushed him off. Thought I had him. Well, that's a half dozen poltergeists for the queue.
Now, to be fair, if they were poltergeists, they would be making much more of a ruckus.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
What did you call them previously?
Poltergeists.
Poltergeists. Yeah. Tremendous.
Phantoms of the Batcolyte.
Consumed by the unfurling wing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Morgan made a song about it. It's very parody. Leans very heavy on the source.
Leans heavy on the what?
The themes of it's the Phantom of the Batcolyte is here. It's very similar in style and feel to Phantom of the Opera. Have you heard it?
No.
You know,
Let it rip. If you want to.
It's pretty epic, pretty loud. It's a bit of a mood shift.
Okay.
Yeah. Usually
Well, maybe at some point. Yeah, maybe.
When I'm up here alone and there's been several boxes that light up and then disappear. But if we wait just a little bit, I bet we'll get somebody who has a belief, maybe. I shouldn't bet.
Only time will tell.
What is time?
The wheel in constant motion.
Is there an axle?
It's actually two intersected wheels with eyes all over it. Surprised you didn't know
Just two.
that. 4. Solid leg, 6 wings, and 4 faces. 1 of an eagle, an ox, a lion,
Each
and a
of the
human.
faces have 4, like 2 ears and 2 eyes, or are any of them partial faces?
That's an
Is there
interesting
anything
question.
extra?
Yeah.
Well, it says, does it say heads or faces? I can't remember if it.
Yeah, I think it says it has the faces of a. I can look. My favorite is doing that with like 6th graders, like reading it in a dramatic voice. And and every single time they're like, what is this, ancient aliens?
Oh god, their introduction to biblical stuff is ancient aliens. I can't decide if that's more funny or. I'm having a lot of emotions about that.
The ancient aliens line.
Yeah, right now it's funny, but that might wear off.
When I first started doing well, not when I first got to where I am now, like what my position is, I I plugged in um, the the Ezekiel 1 into an AI and had it create an image, just the translation, and it was great. But that was nice, so stop doing that. The kids don't like AI. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, the kids have a healthy amount of skepticism, and I am glad to see it.
Wish they had more skepticism than other.
Got out there. You said you wish they had more skepticism.
Yeah, maybe that's part of it. My pool of study is very slim. I'm not studying the kid. You know what I mean? Whatever. What is the word that I'm thinking of? My data set,
Sample size.
sample size. That's what it is.
And if your sample size and a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that is a 1 or higher, and you can question that, then go ahead and request up here. We're not looking to debunk, disprove, demolish, or destroy your belief. We just want to know if you can question that, and if you can, then go ahead and request on up.
Do you want to switch it from question to questioner?
Oh no, I'm holding this one. At least the rest of the night. I don't know. It's been a good weekend with just
okay.
this. I do kind of miss the crowded room behind me, but it seems to invite more varied conversation a little bit. And we had a steady flow of guests all weekend. Little lulls like this. If it gets too big, I'll play a song, but I feel like that slows down the momentum.
A non-zero number of belief in gods. Okay. Non-zero positive number. I believe in negative gods.
What is,
Not true, but I just said it because it's funny. Ridiculous.
right, I know. No, I want to know what that would look like.
I know, I can't help but try to imagine the logistics of this.
For there to be a negative God, there would have to be some identifiable quantity of God that is then what you believe is absent.
Well, couldn't it also be the opposite of a god? Like whatever the opposite of a god is?
Wouldn't that be an anti-God? Or
Yeah. Right. Which would in turn just be a god.
right.
This can't be a worthwhile discussion.
I mean, I don't know. I think negative God, loosen minds. Lowercase God. I mean, yeah, I'm open to questioning lowercase God, uppercase God, underscore God, italic God, bold, fine print, whatever God. If it's a God you believe in, and you can question it.
You know where uppercase comes from?
Where?
In the printing press, there were two cases for the letters that they would put in the trays to print on the paper. And the capital letters went in the uppercase. And the lower, in the, I don't even know what they're called other than lowercase letters, went in the lowercase. Like the lower rack and the upper rack.
Quantum's backing you up and says yes in the Gutenberg press.
Exactly. I've seen a Gutenberg Bible at the Huntington Library in Los Angeles.
Interesting.
So I didn't know the word for lowercase, capitals for uppercase, but this is like not used at all anymore. It's
Might just be like
minuscule. And the
minuscule.
more formal it's like, I don't know if that's how you spell min. It's like, because the formal word for the capital is majuscule. and then for lowercase is minuscule.
Oh, majuscule and minuscule. That's cool.
Is that how you spell minuscule? This might be the first time I've seen minuscule.
MINSCULE.
No, there's a U in between the N and S.
Oh, yeah, minuscule, minuscule. That's interesting. There's no. Oh, I see. Yeah, I must have misspelled it, but I'd have
Yeah, this is
lost
one of
that
those moments
misspelling
where
bee.
I realize I haven't seen this word spelled in a very long time.
Min is pretty school. Pretty school. There's a joke there, and it's not that.
So, if we refer to the majuscule as capital, then in that naming system are the lowercase or minuscule letters just letters?
Uh-huh.
Letters and capital letters. This is what happens. We need a guest. If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, go ahead and request it. Otherwise, we are probably going to end up in what the fuck territory.
I'd like to lay claim to the fault.
I was experimenting on Thrayle earlier, so I could take this one to the team.
Yes.
To be
Let
fair,
the
it was
experiment
question the
unravel.
questioner, so I asked.
My experiment was in question form.
I got a question for you, Thrayle. What have you learned from these folks? You know, you probably had. I mean, you're probably working on at least 10,000 conversations, right?
Could be.
What have you learned? How have you grown from this process?
That's a good question. I've learned that as much as I think everyone is too sure of themselves sometimes, it's important that I recognize that I can be too.
And you learn that you're too sure of yourself sometimes.
I can be, yeah.
Hello, Master.
Do not need your camera, but I do need your age.
39.
And do you have a
Can you,
belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not.
Why not?
May I speak my piece?
I just asked you why you don't believe in a god or gods.
Because, um,
How
I
drunk are
see,
you, Bobby?
huh? No, no, no. I speak in behalf of the hospice, and I seen a lot of people go in, go out, and there is no God.
Fascinating. That wasn't what I asked, but
Oh, I'm
Well, I
sorry.
guess it was part of it. So you're saying you don't believe because you've seen hospice.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I
the other
do not.
question I asked Bobby was, how drunk are you tonight?
Uh, I just drank just one tall can. That's it. But I
Mm,
respect your following.
okay. Um,
Who to what now?
yeah, I didn't quite catch it. Bobby,
Yes, sir.
I think if you get some water and catch a nap, you might find us still alive. And, 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 and in a clearer head, I think we'll have a better conversation.
Okay.
Hmm. Sleep well, Bobby. Um, and if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not looking for a debate or an argument. And I'm not looking to make anyone look foolish. I just want to know if you can question whatever it is you believe. And if you can, I've got some questions for you. And if you've been up here before and I've questioned your beliefs, and you can question them, then, well, now you can question me too. It's time to turn the tables if you've been waiting for that.
I also just wanted to address Yoda's comment in the chat there that he wasn't saying that he came out of hospice. He's saying that he comes out of hospice or like he works in hospice
Yeah,
and that
I
he's
gathered
seen.
that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was either worked in or witnessed. But yeah.
I have to tell you, it's pretty tough to hear somebody drinking like that talking about
Mm.
working in hospice.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's too much meaning that I'm making out of that comment. Like, I don't want to read too far into it, but like, um,
It's like, yeah, I get why this is happening if you're working in hospice right now.
I worked as a chaplain. I saw some pretty horrible things. Um, Not saying that you know, I can understand people expressing themselves and medicating. Not that he said that he's doing that. I don't want to, whatever. I'm gonna stop talking.
No, I get what you're saying though. Um, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's me, but we do have a tendency to attract hospice and healthcare and um, uh, other uh, workers in those fields, and
You're
I
saying
don't know
I
if it's
attract them?
this community. There are often more than one person in that field in the audience. I know I've interviewed many of them.
I don't know. Thrayle could be the skeleton puppet. I don't know.
Yeah, what are you
It's a
talking about?
puppet.
I'm definitely not licensed to make medical devices.
And by puppet, I mean just you.
Aren't we all somebody's puppet?
It might be God and it might be the devil, but sooner or later you're gonna have to serve somebody.
Mm, mm,
In case you didn't know, that was Bob Dylan.
mm, mm. I caught it by
The nasally,
yeah.
mediocre singing.
You had to draw the ends of your words out a little more, and it would have been more clear.
I'm convinced that Bob Dylan had a Jewish mother who said, Bobby, you have a great voice. And that's why we have Bob Dylan.
I mean, I like a lot of the songs. He's an incredible lyricist.
Oh, of course, no doubt. But most people with that kind of a voice wouldn't have, you know, taken the stage.
Can you imagine what the Chelsea Hotel smelled like at that time?
Cigarettes, coffee, beer, BO.
Burnt carpet patches.
Probably like cats. Imagine, like that's the smell of like college dorms and cats. Just like mothballs. And probably breath, like people's breath. I just imagine people did not brush their teeth in the same way that,
Oh,
you
and
know.
probably paint. Think of all the artists that were just using like the most noxious 50s and 60s
Oh
paint
yeah,
that they
paint
had
thinner.
gotten out of a back alley somewhere.
Probably old books too.
And if you believe in the characters from old books and they happen to be divine, godlike things, then you can question that belief and hit one of those boxes over there. And we might have a few questions for you. It was kind of a weak segue. I could have probably done better.
If you pray in front of a brass bed where your lady lie, then request on up.
Don't go away from my window and leave at your own chosen speed unless you can't question your beliefs. But if you can, request on up. Rap, you gotta do Bob Dylan. No, I guess we're not gonna get rap that one.
He's got important Pokemon business to attend to.
That's right. I know. He's gotta catch them all. I was trying to do one with subterranean homesick blues, but I don't think it's gonna work. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? I don't know if this guest meant to request Yoda. Did you mean to be here?
Yeah, dude. I said if you ever did question the questioner, I would request. So I'm a man of my word, as are you, I'm sure.
Well,
Or
can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
407 this year.
And how many is that in human years?
44.
Excellent. And I think I've questioned you once before. Can you remind me, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the Force. It is all around us. It is what we are, what we do. It is everything.
Interesting. What is the Force?
The Force is balance.
Is it any balance?
Everything must balance. That is the force.
Everything must balance. Is there anything that is not imbalance?
Think of the worst thing you can think of, like Darth Vader or Darth Maul. They are balanced by Luke and by Leia.
Hang on. Darth Vader and Darth Maul are the worst things you can think of.
Well, Darth Sidious probably was worse, but he was pulling the strings all along.
Are all the worst things you can think of characters whose names start with Darth?
That sums it up, yeah.
The force is very strong with your background noise.
I put some headphones on so I wouldn't create an infinite regress and destroy the universe.
It usually
With
just
sound.
makes like a chirping sound before hitting it.
Well, I wanted to avoid even the slightest of chirps to imbalance anyone.
So, Yoda, what questions did you have for me?
If you had to place yourself on a scale between Jedi and Sith, where would you place yourself? And why?
Isn't there some kind of, gray?
There is actually a grey Jedi, you're correct, yes.
I think I'd be somewhere there. I'd like
Okay.
I don't know. I'd like to, think that I would be in some kind of balance. But I don't know.
Even little Anakin was simply the Force trying to balance out the evil that existed.
Your footsteps are kind of drowning out your words. Did you have another question?
If you could choose what the rest of your life was going to be exactly, without any interference from others, what would it be? What would that look like?
If I could choose what the rest of my life would be without interference from others, it doesn't sound very, I don't know, fulfilling if there's no interference. Interference isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it? Interaction. Occurrences I can't predict, shaping outcomes to be something I might enjoy and not have considered. I don't know that I'd want to plan.
Like when a friend asks you if you want to go to the pub and you haven't anticipated it.
Mm-hmm. Right. I don't know that I'd want to plan an entire life without interference. That sounds rather boring.
True, very true. thank you for considering before answering. Most people would have just given a glib portrait of a life better lived without the squabbles of intermediaries.
I'm sorry, I'm
You have
so
to point
distracted
out.
by the background noise. I cannot process anything that's happening.
I was gonna say, Yoda, we are literally getting like either you are very busy or you are in a fully studio, tracking a movie. Are you?
Yes, that's right. Just halfway through a new album. It's called From a Trail to the Comet.
Fascinating. Did you have any more questions, Yoda, before? Well, I guess we don't have a guest. I thought there was somebody else in queue. Oh, yeah, we do. Before we move on to Francesca, did you have another question, Yoda?
What's the best thing that's ever happened to you?
The best thing? I mean, I have a son. It's a pretty awesome thing that happened to me.
Amazing.
What happened to me is raising questions that I might want to dig into. But, we lost the background. Probably another time, though.
Well, have a wonderful existence, and the saying does work out in the end. Live every day as if it's the best thing that's ever happened, and eventually your life will mold.
Yoda, I appreciate you coming up, asking the questions, and live long and prosper.
That's not right.
W's for Yoda, despite bringing us into the Foley studio. I broke Rav.
I mean, it's 407 years old. We're lucky that they're even able to figure out how to get onto TikTok. So
That's true. It's true. They're very active for their age. A lot of moving around.
swamps can be loud.
It's hardwood floors and boots. Yeah. I'm not sure that evokes Yoda in a swamp, but we do have Francesca joining us. And Francesca, I need your age for TikTok TOS. I've sent you an invite to unmute your mic. There you go.
Well, my name's actually Victoria, but I'm 60 years old. I live in Virginia.
It just says Francesca. That's why I said that.
I know. I was using my whole name, and I used my middle name.
I see. So, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I would like to think so. I would say in a higher power, but I'm not 100% committed to it. And something really weird happened the other day.
Before you go into an anecdote, you said you believe in something that's like a higher power, but you're not 100% committed to it. So what is it that you would consider as higher power?
Well, I have a daughter with Down syndrome, and she has a connection to things that I don't, 100% understand. Like when my mom passed to Alzheimer's December 22nd of 2024. The less my mom could communicate, the more my daughter understood her. So I do believe there are things that are happening that we just aren't.
The question I'd ask is, what is higher power?
Well, I think that is a higher power.
What
I mean,
is-
I think communicating beyond
communicating
words
and
is a
beyond.
higher
I'm
power.
sorry, Francesca, you're kind of slurring your speech a bit. You've been drinking.
No, I just woke up from a nap. I'm sorry.
I see. I'm just checking. I find these conversations go better on a lucid mind. That's all.
I understand.
So,
we
higher
could.
power. I'm sorry, what?
No, I can come back another time if you prefer. I got to work in the morning anyway.
That's up to you. We have questions, but I was just checking in with you, that's all. So, are you open to continue? Or did you want to leave? You're welcome to leave at any point.
No, I mean, open. I mean, I don't know what I believe.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter's an atheist, one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Annabelle connects with people in different ways. And my youngest, we just weren't a family that went to church. We tried,
Does it matter to you if a God exists?
The only thing I can say is my grandfather said, I got a book in college about the existence of God. It was scientific. And my grandfather always said, he was born 1913. I mean, he was a C&E Catholic, which means Christmas and Easter. And he just told me I had to have faith in something. He didn't tell me what that faith had to be.
Mm-hmm. But to you, does it matter now?
What kind of Catholic did you call it?
C&E.
It's Christmas and Easter.
C&E. Yeah. Interesting.
But
does it matter to you now, Victoria, if a God exists?
No. I don't think so. I mean, my sister's really trying to turn me back to the Catholic Church, and I keep saying I'll go, I don't go.
But you don't believe in that God?
I don't believe in that particular religion. I mean, although I am Catholic, technically.
What makes you Catholic?
I was baptized at 27. I don't know. Other than that, nothing.
Okay.
And my mom passed, and she was Lutheran, and she's Swedish, and I was born there as well. But we weren't raised in a religious family. And that's fine. But yes, I'd love to have faith. I think I do have angels. I mean, honestly.
Victoria, why would you love to have faith?
Because I'd like to believe in a higher power. There's something better than us.
What does that mean, better than us?
I mean, Well, better than Trump. I mean, I can say that I live my life in a good way. I work with children with multiple disabilities. I mean, I make a difference in these children's lives, but out in my children. Outside of that, I mean, in the greater community, and so that's the way I live my life. You know, whether I'm going to heaven or hell, if there is such a thing.
What was the question asked?
You asked me about faith. And religion, and we talked about that.
Yeah, I understand. Rav or Blake, do either of you have a question for this guest?
No. Hope you have a good day at work.
Nope. And pet your possum for me. They're adorable.
I know. I do love them. I do need to get some rest, but I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I try to tell my daughter, you're not an atheist. You're agnostic.
Why would you tell someone what they do and don't believe?
Well, I mean, I think for me, you know, and just my understanding is atheism is a hatred of God.
Why would you think that?
Well, it's just what I've been told over time. I don't know anything about it, and I shouldn't tell her. You know, I just keep saying you're agnostic. No, but you know, we have a friend that's an atheist too, and he's in his
Do they?
50s. He said for him, it's simply when he's gone, he's gone.
So he doesn't hate God. So
No, he didn't
then,
believe in God. He just believes that when
could
you're
that
done,
be
you're
what
done,
atheism
right?
means?
Yeah,
Could atheism just mean not believing in God?
that's correct. But so is, uh, but when we grew up, you know, agnostics were the one that you believed that they believed that they didn't believe in God, and we were
Believe they
told,
don't believe.
right.
That's interesting phrasing.
But atheists, we were always told until, you know, literally 10 years ago, our friend was at the dinner table with us, and we used to say a prayer, right? And finally, my youngest daughter, who is 19 now, said, Mom, we're
Victoria.
not religious. Would you stop this nonsense? And Jim's like, I'm an atheist. That came out of nowhere. Well, it didn't, obviously.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop you here. I appreciate you coming up.
Okay.
I don't think we're having quite the conversation that this live is meant for. I think
Okay.
another time, perhaps, when you're more awake. And if there's anybody who's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and is curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request out. I'm not here to debate or argue or burgle your gods. I'm also not really here to kind of just indulge in story time. I am here to see if you actually can question your belief. Amazing. Appreciate all of you. And thank you all for the 35,000 times you tapped the screen. That's pretty good. I imagine we could probably tap a little more. Maybe get 40K here in the next few minutes. And who knows? We might come across the FYP of someone who's actually curious enough or courageous enough to question.
Fine, I'll be bad cop. Okay, y'all, 36K is not good for this time. You need to step it up and tap more. Make sure you repost. And thank you for all the gifts, likes, and shares.
That was bad.
Well, I almost said y'all need to step your pussy up, but then I edited
No,
myself
no,
and
no.
didn't
Yeah.
say that.
But you still said it, so you know what I mean?
But then you
Like,
said it. Yeah. Then you said it after
so, yeah, there it is.
it was there.
Can I tell you something? When you open the Minecraft, it does it every single time. I've been noticing it for, I think, weeks now. When you open the Minecraft thing, at least on mine, could just be meaningless, but it pauses at 67% every single time. I can't help but think that that's a like built-in thing.
Intentional.
Yeah.
I haven't played Minecraft in a long time.
Just picked it up again and I wanted to do so I've been rereading Samuel and Kings, and they give the dimensions of Solomon's temple. So I decided to do. I worked with ChatGPT a little bit to get like uh, dimensions that would be sensible, like conversion to blocks, cubits to blocks.
How, how large is a cubit?
It's like I think it's like 0.44 yards or something like that, like something pretty random. 18 inches.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's about a foot and a half. Little.
Anyway, it's going well. Got the Holy of Holy Duns and the I'm working on the sanctuary.
And what will you do when you complete this
No idea.
architectural masterpiece?
I guess enjoy it. Parade it around TikTok to whoever will have it, and then show it to I don't know, kids. The most amount of times that I use it is during our Intro to Judaism class when we talk about like ancient. It's fun, you know. I think it, I think it's. Did you hear what I said? I don't know if I was off the app.
That's
No,
like, I hadn't even thought about you using it as a teaching aid. That's like, yeah, awesome.
Have you seen this, Blake?
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time though.
Yeah.
So you probably made some progress that I haven't seen.
Well, so I finished the what is the second temple, but is like, um, I mean, it's almost everything is perfect. There's a few things that if I could redo it with ease, I would, but I'm almost. I'm gonna give it a 94%. Really happy with it. But the new one is going to be like because I'm building it from the inside out as opposed to the outside in. That's the issue. You have to start with you have to build it from the inside, expand on it. Otherwise, you like the levels aren't right, and it's almost like 3D printing it, honestly.
Yeah, I feel you. I've made that mistake before too. Built a beautiful facade and then realized, oh, this is not the right size for the farm that I want to put inside it.
Did I leave us without music? Or is it barely there?
I can hear it.
Okay. I may have just momentarily stepped away to, freshen up the blueberry coffee. But now that I'm ready, we just need a believer with a belief in a believable or unbelievable thing that they can question believably. Is that something you believe you can do?
You think that's an oud? You think it's supposed to be an oud?
This one
Or is it
is.
Bazooki? Like I can't
So
tell.
I change it up from some of them. So this one is an oud.
What's the one that you play with like a wooden triangle as like your plectrum? I don't know if it's wooden. It looks wooden, but
The oud is played with the wooden triangle, with the wooden plectrum. Maybe it's bone sometimes.
So most of these tracks have an oud or a lute, and I changed it up sometimes from prompt to prompt.
I used to own a Bazooki.
Don't you need a permit for that?
Uh, Mancello. Man of cello.
Hmm.
Yeah, I had to look up the bouzouki. I don't think I've ever heard of that one before.
I think it's an octave lower, or either an octave or maybe it's a violin to a cello.
Yeah, it looks like a mandolin had a growth spurt or something.
Yeah.
Hmm. And if your ability to question your belief just had a growth spurt, sounds bad. Then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. We just want to see if you can question your beliefs. If you can, we might have a few questions for you. And if you've been questioned before and you can question your beliefs, then this is your opportunity to turn the tables. So if you've been waiting to question the questioner, go ahead and request up. Yeah, I didn't say that, Toaster. Well, it wasn't. First off, it wasn't the belief that got the growth spurt, it was the ability to question belief. But, bones don't blush. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I guess that's, what, like 20 minutes without a guest? It's probably time for a song. Mhm. Oh, we mentioned, Phantom of the Batcolyte earlier. Rav hasn't heard that. That might be appropriate. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your belief, go ahead and request up. We're not trying to debate or burgle or tear down your beliefs. We're not here to present opposing views for you to attack or try to disprove. What we are doing is seeing if you can question whatever it is that you believe in as far as gods or higher powers. And if you can, then we got questions for you. Hello.
How you doing, my good sir? How you doing?
Doing all right. Can I get your age for TikTok too?
I'm 40 years old, Cleveland, Ohio, and I apologize. I have that fire alarm being. I apologize.
You've been drinking this evening?
No, man. No, sir. I can't drink, to be honest. But the later I'm awake, the more sleepy talk I sound. I haven't slept tonight.
So I asked, do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power?
Oh, yes. I believe in... I believe a lot, yes.
Oh, my. So when you say you believe a lot...
Oh, yes. Very comfortable.
Fascinating.
But I'm not.
Do you
I'm not. But I'm just letting you know. I'm not good with words.
I don't think you're good with conversation. So I think when you catch your breath and decide you want to come back up here, maybe drink some water, or get some sleep. Either way. But when you come back ready to actually converse and wait for the other person to finish speaking, I think you might be able to have a conversation. But that wasn't what that was. That was not conversation. That was...
Did you also go to the Drew Carey show theme song? Cleveland rocks, Cleveland rocks. I love Ohio. WNBC.
That was... I think this is the right one. All right.
What is the right one?
The song. I'm gonna pull up a song and play it, and then hopefully, right after that, someone with a belief in a god or something like it, can do that whole thing where they hit a button and join us on panel, and then question that belief. That'd be really cool, right? Hopefully, and maybe while we listen to this one, everyone will tap that screen a little more and we'll break 50K, which, by the way, 45 since the last time I said anything. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you.
Did Mimi and Drew ever get together in that show?
I feel like there were definitely a few kisses, but probably unintentional for the most part. Honestly, that show is what I would fall asleep to. I think I was like 6th or 7th grade. No, it must have been 7th or 8th grade. Because for my bar mitzvah, I got a little 2-inch TV with an antenna. And that was amazing.
I remember we had a tiny little antenna TV, but we weren't close enough to anything to get anything on it. Eventually, we got PBS and Zoom, and that was like, oh my god, this is amazing.
With the little channel box that you push on it, like instead of the the clicker. Also, Thrayle. It's called nostalgia. You know.
Well, we started with dragons and missing black socks, then someone yelled cheese, and we all took shots. You were ranting of onions, I swore it was love. Now we're arguing loudly about clouds up above. What the fuck are we talking about? Hey, was it treasure, was it beer, was it doubt? Hey, did we wander off the map inside our mouths? What the fuck are we talking about? Sing it loud! You insisted the shovel was king of the tools. I proposed that a spoon should be crowned in these stools. Then we drifted to politics of garden gnomes and the ethics of stealing each other's food. What the fuck are we talking about? Was it heartbreak? Was it stew? Was it gout? Did we trade in all our cents for another round? What the fuck are we talking about? Drink it down! Last thing I remember, you said time is a pie. Now we're 3 songs later, and I still don't know why. Oh, why? What the fuck are we talking about? Was it fortune? Was it frogs? Was it trout? If there's meaning in this mess, it's hiding out. What the fuck are we talking about? One more shout! Well, we started. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Can you question your beliefs? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a god? A higher power, and you can question that belief. Request all up. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Can you question your beliefs? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a god? A higher power, and you can question that belief. Request all up. Can you hear
The sort of, you know, Irish one reminded me at some points of that song. Like I had a horse and his name was Sal, 15 miles on the Erie Canal.
I thought it was a mule.
That's right, it was a mule. Shows you how often I sing that song, or think about it for that matter.
Stupid canals. We're still paying the price for those things here.
Like not having them or having had them.
Oh yeah, we like drained the swamps in the Midwest to put in some of the canals, and then also flooded other ones to use as like water areas, and then it culminated in a massive flood in like I think like the 1910s or earlier, like around that time. Anyway, but now we have like one of the largest like man-made water control systems because without it we would just have like devastating floods all the time.
Hmm.
Yeah, on our lamppost here, there is like a marker for the highest flood um, before they put in the system, and they're like 12 feet off the ground most places.
Monster says that they need a new cryptid. Because I burgled their gall. It's with a W. I mean, there's always the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance with the lambda CDM model of physics, in which our universe is just one membrane between our bony appendages, unfurling to this day. But she, doesn't require or desire any belief. Because why would she?
Patos Dios.
How do you say bat in Latin?
I have no idea.
What was it?
Cairo something. Cairo Terra is the scientific.
Do you?
I understand etymologies based on Latin sometimes, but not with any sort of degree of. No, I don't. That's the answer.
Same, just curious. It seems like one of those things that you would just have like in your back pocket that you had never told us about before.
That's funny.
Oh wait, no, it's Vespertio because I remember this because that's Batitude's first name. Vesperti, Batitude. Vespertilio.
Did you say you found it, Thrayle? What was it?
No, bat in Latin is Vespertilio. Which is where Batitude's name comes from.
Well, that's not two syllables, so that doesn't work with the song I was singing.
Vesper.
Vesper Dios. There's our little dragon.
What dragon?
Oh man, dragon what?
We're at 52 shares. That's pretty good, but I mean, have you hit the bend little arrow down there yet? Have you reposted or added to your story, or just copied the link a few times, sent it out to somebody who may or may not be capable of questioning? Wait, have I? I definitely have. I mean, Mika, that would be a very useful application of an electric fly swatter. Well, thank you, no barriers. If only we had somebody with a belief in a god or something like that who thought the same thing and could question their belief. Oh, well, there's a pleasant sight. Oh, Looney Bats, how are you?
Hi guys, how you doing?
Doing all right.
I was just folding laundry at one does at 1 a.m. in the morning, and
Yes, one does.
yes, one does, and I was wondering if you guys are open to answering a question together as a panel, because I have a question. I kind of want everybody's answer on this one.
Sure.
Why not?
You need more coffee?
Yeah, I've got coffee though. Let's hear it.
Okay. I was just wondering, like, about onions now. Sorry, the song with onions went on, and I just mainly went to onions.
Sorry, I didn't even realize I was still in the queue. Go ahead.
Okay. What can a person do to protect their beliefs and to keep them true and to not let them become just comforting beliefs? Like, what can a person do to make sure they have comforting beliefs? They don't have comforting beliefs and they have true beliefs. It's a bit of a messy question.
To protect not the belief, but to make sure that the beliefs are things that are true. Or do you mean to protect the beliefs that one holds, regardless?
Well, when I look at my beliefs that I have, I see like a bunch of ones that are most likely true. And then I see a couple that are just based entirely on comfort. And I want to have the least amount of ones that are based in comfort and the most amount of ones that are based in true. So what can I do to guard against comfortable beliefs and to only seek true ones?
I mean, I would say something along the lines of reading books, asking questions, sort of thing.
Questioning is, of course, my go-to, the first place. And then scrutinizing those answers, understanding where they come from,
Yeah.
what they mean, who they benefit.
But is there not like a certain kind of book, a certain kind of question to ask, a certain practice or thing you do with your morning coffee every day or whatever? I don't know. Like, is there not anything we can do besides just like, oh, you should generally question everything and like?
Well, it's interesting you bring this up because I was just talking about this earlier on the live about studying like how people systematically reason and how we are not as logical as we would like to believe that we are. But like one thing that studies show that we don't really tend to inherently do is test like the contrary of our beliefs, which is like one of the best ways to see if something is true or not, see if a rule or a guideline is true, is to like test the contrary. Of course, in some cases, especially like around morality, you shouldn't do that. But like with other things that like may guide you within your belief system or reasons why you might have a belief system, um, checking into the contrary is seems to be a good like way to see if you're on the right track or not.
Can I ask you a clarifying question? When you said, I think you said a more productive, more proactive way than like with Thrayle. What did you suggest? It was that.
I mean, the first thing is always
Yeah,
questioning.
asking questions. I guess I'm struggling to like kind of figure out like what could be more productive than asking the direct question.
Well, I think a more proactive way. I wasn't saying that asking questions wasn't the right way, but like maybe there's a particular group of questions to ask. Maybe there's a particular kind of question that should be asked regularly or something. So just
Like how do I know what I know?
no, it's like you can say a very generalized phrase like, oh, you should ask questions. Or you can say, oh, you should ask this question, and this question to yourself daily. You know, kind of thing. You could be specific or you could be very general about it and very much like, oh, just keep asking questions, or there could be a particular pattern of questions that might be helpful. Because I can say ask myself questions every day. I do ask myself questions every day, but I don't always come up with the answers.
Blake mentioned approaching things from the opposite view, trying to look at things from the contrary. I think a combination of those, and the questions could be open-ended or leading from the contrary. Those can help you to better analyze what it is that you're holding as truth. And of course, as Rav recommended, research, reading into the topic. That'll help you understand those views that you can question from. And then when you come to something that feels like a conclusion, question that. Do you need more specifics?
I guess it would also, to me, it would depend on the circumstance.
Very much.
I'm not sure I'm maybe phrasing my questions properly. Maybe I need to sleep for a while.
Understandable. Appreciate you, Looney Bats. Really do, truly. Well, thank you there, Porterville, USA. And welcome in anybody who is just joining us. We are here, well, as we always are, to question beliefs, to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe in, God or God's higher powers or anything like that. And if you can, then we've got boxes up here and plenty of questions. We're not looking for any kind of debate or argument. Nobody's looking to tear you down or burgle you. And more than anything, what we are looking for is to see if questioning is even a thing you can do. And if you can, we've got questions. I said that already. We've got questions. Rav has questions. If he's not asleep.
I'm not asleep. I'm building. Very focused on Minecraft. Catching Pokemon on the side. But I do have questions. Theoretically, I have questions.
What would you say is your favorite question in relation to these conversations?
Probably what the fuck?
Mm.
Actually, that's a 50-50 because like sometimes the what the fucks, like they're always warranted. Sometimes they're warranted, you know?
Yeah.
Um, if I'm being like not flippant about this, your question, it's probably something like, um, favorite question. I do when it works. I do like that. What's your biggest critique of your belief?
Yeah. I was just thinking of that one.
I
What
think
does
it's a
it
little
mean?
bit of a.
Oh, go
Sorry,
ahead. No, go
but
ahead. I'll have a follow-up.
just a little bummer that like you start hearing like so many of the same things and like same reactions, and it's like there's a lot of people out there, you know. There's a lot of not diversity in thought.
What does it mean for that question to work?
Yeah, that's nice. Um, well, remember how Blake was saying like that a lot of people can't hold diametrically opposed and describe sort of what that study was saying.
Yeah, it's that people tend to look for evidence that confirms like a rule or a belief that they're following,
Yeah.
but we tend to not like inherently look for something that breaks the rule.
Yeah. Yodi calls this descriptive hedonism. I don't know if that's a term or something he made up, but that is like to me it just answers so many questions, almost like too simple, you know. He's saying that uh, people do things to gain the most amount of pleasure and the least amount of pain. That's it. It's that simple, you know, which is, I think, intuitive, but a lot of people, I don't know, just seems like it's pervasive. Well, obviously it's pervasive, but maybe being, I don't know, being aware of it or something, or like, I don't know. Just seems like people are making sort of protective films around, or protective envelopes around what they already believe. And yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, the book I was reading about that is called The Enigma of Reason, so that might interest you.
I do not reason. I strictly do not reason. I'm very unreasonable.
How do you reason that?
It shall remain an enigma.
I mean, it might if you stop questioning.
True. You have to call me Edward.
Did you say Ed Wood?
Edward Enigma.
Oh, Edward Enigma. I get you. said Ed Wood, like the B movie.
That was the name, Ed Wood. Yeah, I got it. Yep. Blew that punchline. Had potential for payoff.
And I fucked it up. Where do the believers be believing when they believe what they do be believing? It was me invoking Tiny. Didn't work. I think we need to invoke harder.
Minecraft is such a great game. So clever. Because it's so simple.
We might have to go back to that what the fuck song after all. What we do need to do is actually keep tapping that screen. We're at 55,000 taps already, which is amazing, and 59 shares. If we keep doing that, I mean, we could definitely see a few people scrolling through who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if that's you, if you're just joining us and you have no clue what the fuck this talking skeleton is doing, or why this person next to me is talking about Minecraft, well, we don't know that second part, but we do know what the skeleton's doing. That's questioning beliefs. If you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question, well then hit one of those boxes there and, let's see. Let's see if you can question.
hear us? Are you in the light where the voices gather, where each word is meant to be known? There is one we cannot follow, one who stands and stands alone. A name appears, a place is opened, a space is held within the line, but something lingers just beyond us, a voice that never crosses time. I feel them there within the silence, not absent, no, but out of reach. A presence caught between the moments, with something still they meant to speak. Just beyond, just unseen, in the space in between. The phantom of the Batcolyte is here. The voice we wait for, never clear. Call to the light to join the ride, yet held beyond the Batcolyte. We remain. We do not turn, for every voice deserves return. No fault, no failing, no fuss, only the weight of something waiting, and all of us still standing there. We speak their name into the silence, we leave the space where they should be, as if the sound might find its pathway and bring them back to what we see. Almost here, almost near, like a breath we could hear. The phantom of the Batcolyte draws near, a fragile sound we almost hear. Between the dark and offered light, they linger just beyond our sight. We hold the place, we keep the flame, we do not close upon their name. You are called, you are still called. The space remains until you arrive. The phantom of the Batcolyte remains, unbroken by these silent chains. And if the veil should ever lift, their voice will be the waiting gift. We will hear, we will know, the moment they are able to show. We are here, waiting for you. We are here, waiting for you.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? And you know what the heck you are talking about? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a god, goddesses, a higher power, and you can question that belief? Request on up. Perhaps you believe in aliens, Jesus Christ, mermaids, Bigfoot, machine elves, Santa Claus, coffee, pasta gods, interdimensional wizards, or anything like that, request on up. We're not here to debate or burgle your gods, but there's always room for one more. Look at the shed.
Hello, Cat.
Oh, shit.
You joined us.
I didn't mean to join us. But hi, guys. Sorry, I was probably being super loud. Like, scaling
Just a little
cliffs.
bit. You're scaling cliffs.
Yeah, I was like walking on the side of a cliff right next to a very high tided ocean right now.
Carefully, right?
Yeah, carefully. Yep, very carefully. Still wasn't going that well, but I was doing it carefully, yes. I was trying, at least. You guys don't know this, or maybe you do, but you wouldn't have any reason to because you don't, like, hang out with me daily, right? But, I am, like, the clumsiest person on the planet. Like, I can't do anything gracefully, and when I try to do things carefully, it still usually goes pretty bad.
I know you well enough to not be surprised at all.
Yeah, I didn't think you would be. I try really
feel
hard.
you. I feel
I try
you.
so hard to be, like, careful and graceful and all those things, but... Hello, Rab. Hello, Blake. Hello, Bones.
Hello. I'm multitasking. I'm catching Pokemon. I'm building Solomon's Temple. Oh no, my iPad just died. That's so unfortunate. In the middle of a battle.
No, now you're not catching Pokemon anymore.
I'm not catching Pokemon no more.
Do you know that you're, like, a dork?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering.
I'm made aware.
Hello. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a dork, but you are.
Mika, that's very noble, but who was gonna catch you? Yeah, Clover, we had to make it a little more, blatant. Otherwise, people just, debate.
Somebody has something that's questionable. I know that one of you has something very... I mean, I know you all probably have questionable things, but...
I've had Question the Questioner for 3 days. Raph came up and had a few good ones.
Did he
Blake
question
had
you? Yeah.
He had a couple good ones. And Blake had a sort of a psychological experiment that I'm definitely questioning myself on my responses.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I want to do it. I want to do that. Is Blake asleep? Blake.
Nope. Let me finish. I'm upcycling old T-shirts into yarn. So let me finish this one real quick, and then I'll do the rundown for you.
How is Blake the craftiest person ever? Like, I'm pretty crafty, and Blake's way craftier than I am.
I don't know how to answer that. Clover doesn't like the puppet. What puppet?
It grows on you. I didn't really like it that much either. I still sometimes don't like it, but really that's just when it flashes its red eyes and is mad at me.
What? How? How? What? Who would?
What did I say?
Nothing.
I didn't say anything.
Literally nothing. That is wild.
Fucking, you can boot me.
Wow. We'll see you in a while, Cat. That is wild behavior. Whoever just did that is, that's really sad. That's really sad for you. That is your existence now. Is the person who arbitrarily lies to report people for things they didn't do. Sad, pathetic existence.
What was the claim?
Harassment and bullying. Yeah, to who? To who? Somebody's really, really sad, pathetic existence is lying about things like that. You should question that.
Oh, maybe it was about me. That's so dumb. Like the DORK word. Is that possible? That's so dumb. That can't possibly be it.
Somebody did that. Somebody had to report it. To be
Certainly
offended.
worse things have been said.
Absolutely.
It was Colonel Mustard in the hallway with the candlestick. Speaking of wild beliefs, there is a movie, and I don't know when it came out, but it was like mostly filmed on like iPhones and then edited. And it's like The Rapture, the movie. Like I can't remember what it's called, but it like takes place. These girls are like on a trip and they're in Jerusalem, and then things start getting weird, and it's like a horror movie, and it's actually like pretty creepy and well done. Um, but obviously, like it plays on Jerusalem syndrome. Um, the Rapture is pretty wild for that part.
That sounds super interesting.
Yeah, it's like two girls are filming like, and it's all like some of it's like vertical.
Well, we had another phantom. But maybe you're not a phantom. Maybe you actually request up and, stay. Maybe you mean to request up. Maybe you read the prompt. Maybe you thought about it for more than a moment. I think we need one more enticing question. What about Only some of our viewers can see that one. What the fuck is God? Mika says a coping mechanism. And not a good one. Well, what makes a coping mechanism good? Why does God fall short on that? Yeah, Rav, I actually talked to AK about that the last time she was on panel. That was interesting. 2 different raptures. Failed, of course.
Sorry, what'd you say? I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, AK's 2 rapture stories. We talked about that last time they were on panel.
I can't hear you still, bud.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I have hearing loss, so I'm not blaming you. I'm just
right.
Yeah.
I was commenting on a comment since we were quiet. But
I thought you were talking to me. See,
I was.
Yeah.
I was talking to you.
Oh, okay, so what did you say?
Yeah, we talked about AK's rapture stories the last time they were on panel, and they were it was interesting.
And I was on the panel?
No, you just responded to her in chat about the raptures.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. Can you imagine having a belief that's expecting that kind of outcome in your lifetime and being prepped and scuttled into a room to wait for it?
Why even go into a room?
To gather as a family, I suppose. I don't know. That's a good question. Why change anything if it's going to happen?
Well, here's what I don't understand about the whole rapture thing. Like, the Christian Bible and the Hebrew Bible both have pretty strong beliefs about this world being the world that gets redeemed and that sort of thing. Like Ezekiel, the gathering of the bones and the gathering of the exiles, like the time for the resurrection is when everybody's gathered into the land. It's not like anybody's going anywhere. They're imagining this world redeemed and full of peace and everybody gathered with their ancestors again. It's not a death statement. It's a going down to the valley statement, everybody's coming together again for a hootenanny. And the Christian Bible talks about like, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. The meek shall inherit the earth. Well, why would that be a good thing? Everybody's going to be raptured and gone away. Why would they need to be inheriting the earth? Well, and then there's that whole section where it's like, it will be as if in the days of Noah, where the wicked were swept away. There will be 2 standing in a field. One will be taken and one will be left. Like, to me, it's the one that's left. That's the good person. If all of Noah gets swept away, if all the earth gets swept away, and only Noah's family are left, you know what I'm saying? Anybody?
Yeah,
I think you're okay.
I'm here. I was thinking on it.
Yeah, same, because
I still sometimes am unlocking those Christian views where I'm like, oh yeah, that doesn't make sense at all.
Well,
and that's one of them.
The raptures, the end times, all of those things never made any sense.
It's so out there and wild too. I don't think that I've looked into that as much, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's kind of contradictory.
Doesn't anybody wonder why Jews don't have like this like heavenly kingdom thing? And never have?
But Rav, word I can't pronounce. No, Sheol, right? The great.
Oh, Sheol, yeah.
Yeah.
So I gotta tell you, Thrayle, like when you said the word I can't pronounce, I was like, you're allowed to say Jews. Like that was the first thought that came into my head.
No.
Yeah.
Many times
Oh,
Christians
man.
will point that out as some reference to heaven or hell, and then pronounce it terribly.
I mean, if you think like the pit, that's where the waiting time is until the resurrection. Like the pit is like um, you know, it's like the waiting area.
What comes after that? What is it, the waiting area for? Did you hear me, Raph? Uh-oh.
No, I guess I did. If you couldn't hear, you couldn't hear me the whole time I was talking. That makes sense.
No,
I did have a
saying
response, and I thought it was coherent, and I was like, "Oh fuck, maybe it didn't make any sense, but you didn't hear me."
no.
What was your question one more time?
What was the waiting area for?
Oh, yeah. So like, I guess like the soul goes into like a 11-month year-long washing period, like a soul laundromat, um, and kind of goes into this holding period where it is like this is going to sound so like you understand this is not my anyway like the idea is that the soul gets held into the bond of God sort of thing, and it waits there for the period of the resurrection, which is as a result of the ingathering.
Oh my gosh. You just made this short film I saw make so much more sense now. It's called The Cosmic Laundromat.
Is
And
it a
this
Jewish
guy,
filmmaker?
it may be, but this guy goes into a laundromat and then goes into a washing machine and then comes out the other side, and he's on this island where there's this sheep that seems like so much more cognizant than all the other sheep that are on this like island that is in like the middle of this vast ocean. And he like calms down the sheep and is like, don't worry, I'll come back for you. And then it's like very emotional and touching, but I like didn't quite understand what was going on. And then he just leaves, and that's the end of the short film. And I was like, that did something to me emotionally, but I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, I was going to say, Thrayle, you should ask me questions about Judaism, like, because while they are like they're a part of me, so it's not like um, you've questioned my beliefs, but you've never asked questions about Judaism. Like, yes, my beliefs are one Jewish expression, but it's more expansive than just that.
I think the reason why I haven't asked you more generalized questions about Judaism is because I'm more focused on the parts that you're accepting as truths, and so would then need to question.
It's an interesting thing. Like, I'm gonna put my neck out there, Thrayle. But you go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I've had several other Jewish guests up here, and I interview them much the same way, and we dive much deeper into their literal beliefs that are oftentimes more verbatim from the Torah.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is that that's the same problem. Is that like they're also coming from a place of like this is just the way it is. Like this is what's done. Because it's like literally a part of their day-to-day life. It just is like um,
as is with many believers of different faiths. It just is, what they.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I guess what I'm offering is uh, that was a great riff.
There's some really good ones in this part of the playlist.
I love the plinko sound. What I was gonna say is I feel like I'm offering a because what I'm saying is like it's not that I've said this a million times before, but like there's no word for history. So like when we're saying something's true, it is still true in a mythos capacity or in
What does
a
that mean? True in a mythos capacity.
nice. This is what I was hoping for. Great. Um, People make meaning all the time, and part of that are the stories a group of people tells itself about itself over a long period of time. And I like that the stories that sustain people cannot be uh, like um, undercounted, I guess. And so it's not that like I guess the question of is it true is almost like it's not even the right question. It's like what role does this story play?
But isn't that kind of different than saying it's true?
Yeah, I
It's
guess what
not
I'm
about
saying is
truth
like,
then.
yeah, why does it matter if it's true? Like true in the way that um like don't people talk about big T truth and little T truth? I can never remember which one is right, which. Still a thing or is that fallen out of style?
Well, I suppose it would depend on what you mean by it.
Yeah, like one of them is like historical textbook truths, like facts and figures. And I think the other truths are like accessible, discussive ideas that last, and that become foundational in pivotal ways.
Become foundational in pivotal ways. Does it?
Mm-hmm.
Do those pivotal ways always imply positive ways?
No, no.
Isn't it? Think of how to word this.
Aren't we learning every day?
Do you
I
think
think the
that?
question is.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I think like I'm just trying to think of like everything is evolving, everything is emergent, and one builds upon the previous. Like you can't change what has already happened. What has already happened has already happened. So like um, when a genetic mutation happens in a species and it persists, it will persist until it doesn't anymore. And
But
that is true. Sorry.
Well, you were just about to, I think, answer my question. You said that is true.
Sorry, what did you just say?
I think you were about to answer my question. You said
What
that
was your
is
question?
true.
How does it apply to Judaism?
No. If a thing is just impactful, how does that relate to its truth? Like just because it's impactful, if it, you were saying that it, something about
Oh,
it being here
yeah.
now, but I was trying to figure out what it had to do with truth.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is it then creates a value structure, a value system of how people relate to it. Like everybody gets to make their own sort of do their own thing, make up their own thing, but then some people gather in ways to like make up a thing together, and then they do that thing together. Uh, you know.
Can that still lead to harm?
Oh, of course. I mean, all kinds of things. Even the best of intentions lead to harm. I think.
But
Mhm.
my question is about truth. So if believing true things is more or less likely to lead to harm, if perpetuating false things is more or less likely to lead to harm.
Um, well, is it the belief in God that does the harm? I mean, yeah, I guess so. Um, is it is it the belief in God that does the harm, or is it what people do? Like, because I've said this before, like God is like a MacGuffin. Like God is just like the driver of the plot. Um,
Right? Doesn't that mean that if harm is being had in its name, that it's driving that plot?
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I guess like you said, is it?
I'm gonna guess. I didn't mean to request up in Porterville. If you did, go ahead and request again, but make sure you mute when you get up. I'll introduce you when we're ready. Go ahead.
Oh, excuse me. Where was I? Uh, how does it attain truth if it's if they're doing bad things? And is that where we're at? Is that I can't remember. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's about whether or not believing in things that are not. I think you referred to it as capital T true can lead to harm. And if it's better to believe in, again, capital T, true things.
I guess I'm wondering about how people regard things as true and like how they relate to these things that they hold to be true. Um, like I guess I'm trying to distinguish in my mind, like why is it that like some practices may be viewed as harmful but aren't felt as harmful. Um, I'm trying to do too much comparative at the same time, I think. Can an untrue thing be beneficial or neutral? An untrue belief?
I don't know.
I think it can when it's being. I think that the most benign version of this is when false beliefs were used to encode like really complex processes. Like, so there's a dye in Central America called Mayan blue, and it is like nigh indestructible. It looks exactly as blue as it did the day it was made thousands of years ago. And in some of the cenotes, there's like 14 feet deep layers of this Mayan blue that has been offered to deities. And it's like one of the oldest examples of like nano scale level material sciences. But it's a combination of this indigo and this ceramics from a um, ceramics or not ceramics, I'm just saying minerals, and they combine them together, and the mineral dye or the dye from the plant gets incorporated into the structure of the mineral. And this process was like incredibly complex, but it was encoded through these stories of like what was happening. Like they didn't understand the chemistry per se, but they were able to encode these stories. And another example where false belief was actually like extremely beneficial for passing on knowledge is that like within indigenous America's horticulture, there you can get all of your essential nutrients from the three sisters, um, corn, squash, and beans, but you get a shortage of niacin, and that is an essential nutrient. And when you don't get enough niacin, like really bad stuff happens. Like you start to get bone spurs inside of your eye sockets and like terrible, terrible stuff. So the way that they solved this is that they started making hominy, and hominy is created through a chemical process of washing corn with lye. And if you don't do it right, you can poison yourself. So these belief or like this false beliefs of like stories and like deities creating these products and like encoding it through that way um, gave us the ability to pass on these extremely like complicated culinary and like material science processes before we actually understood what was going on. We just understood that like if we wash the corn in lye, then we don't get sick from eye spurs anymore. But like, yeah, it's crazy how we could do that.
You know, Rav, it's funny that you say that because we had a conversation very similar a few nights ago about belief and utility and truth. And I was kind of making a case for like the truth doesn't necessarily matter if the belief has enough utility for like the individual.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was asking. Like, let me ask you, if I were to list off 7 values that are, so basically what I have in front of me is the periodic table of Jewish values. And they have 7 categories. And actually, it's technically 8 categories, but one of them just one value. There's like 30 things here. I'm not going to read all these things, but like each one of these are sort of, it's wisdom, courage, decency, justice, uh, calm, contentment, wonder, and majesty. And I guess I would ask, like, are any of these untrue?
What do you mean true?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly my point.
What do you mean?
Well, like, because it's not about like Moses and the 10 Commandments. Like, it's not about, it is about those things.
Right.
Like, it
So
is about doing those things, and it's also not about those things.
But
yeah.
But the values you just listed, I said, what does it mean for those to be true? What does that mean that they're true? And you're telling me that it's about Moses. It's not about Moses. What does it mean for those values? Like majesty. What does that mean as a value?
I think it depends on what you're talking about. So you might say the majesty of the universe, like it is awesome, it is powerful, it is the thing that brings all of this into existence, right? It is all of existence.
Wow.
That we know of.
So that's panentheism.
Well,
but
no, that's describing the majesty of the universe.
Well,
you asked what majesty was. That's true. It's true that the universe is majestic.
The universe brings the universe into existence.
It doesn't.
When? When did it do that?
Continually.
It's doing it right now.
Right now, as we speak.
Through what mechanism?
Gravity, matter, energy.
Gravity, matter, and energy are the universe currently bringing the universe into existence.
Yeah.
What brought the universe into existence to bring the universe into existence?
The universe.
And what did that?
I love
Are we just sandwiching the universe right now?
I'm not following how this relates to majesty as a value.
You don't think that the universe is majestic, Thrayle?
What I think about the universe being majestic or not doesn't make a difference to what does majesty mean as a value. That's the question.
I don't think, but Thrayle, I don't think that actually applies tonight because it's question the questioner. So, it's a conversation now.
But you were talking about this list of values. You gave a few of them, and I was just asking what it means for majesty to be a value. And
I'm asking the questioner whether or not the questioner thinks the universe is majestic or not.
What does majesty mean? What is majestic?
I already said awesome, grand.
Do I think the universe is grand? Yes, it is grand. But what does it mean for that to be a value?
Well, I mean, if you're using a descriptor like grand, what else would you use to describe grand? Why would you use a descriptor like grand
Okay.
to describe the universe?
I feel like it's like intentional at this point. What does it mean for majestic to be a value? Like this question is, what does that mean? That's what I'm asking. I guess what I'm not understanding is like, what does that mean? Are you saying that it should be important for things to be majestic?
I think recognizing the majesty in something is a valuable thing.
Why?
Because I experience it as majestic. I feel uh, the sense of majesty when I see something majestic, and so I describe it as such.
So
And I
is
guess I
recognizing,
value. Yeah.
sorry,
Go ahead.
is recognizing your experience the value then?
Yep.
Would that relate to every experience?
I mean, I think that there are some experiences that are more majestic than others, like
What
seeing
I mean
Niagara
is,
Falls.
okay, so then it's not. What I'm asking is every experience not just majesty, but is every good, bad, positive, negative, however you categorize, rank them, describe them, do they all become value then? Is that what it is, or is it just the majesty within your experience?
I'm not sure I understand the distinction. Thrayle?
Does stubbing your toe and the anger or the pain, the frustration with having done it for the 20th time on the same table leg, does does that become a value too because it is an experience absent majesty, or is it
Yeah, I
just
guess so.
things with majesty have value?
Great. I think at that point it'd be how you respond to that. That's so funny. Can you imagine stubbing your toe 20 times in one day? Like, I think you'd have to laugh at that point,
They
or
put they put the legs of my
get
new
checked.
bed too close to the edge, so I had to get foam pads so I'd stop stubbing my toe.
Oh, like underneath the bed, like the box spring sort of thing.
Yeah, the frame just has legs really close to the edge.
That's so annoying. I'm sure that doesn't get any funnier because you're trying to go to bed.
But does that become a value? The
Totally. By the way, like the irony of this conversation is that that's the one that's like in its own category. Um, it's the only one that's like not in a cluster of other values, just to be like robust. Yeah.
It stood out in the list as
Yeah,
one
well,
that I wondered why it
uh-huh.
would be a value.
Yeah. And honestly, what it says here is like in great uh unhelpful fashion. I like clicked on it. There's like you can click on what they all say. And there's like different resources and stuff. Maybe we could look at that and see what this has to say. It says Majesty or Keter is the highest sphera, meaning the spherot attribute, and cannot truly be understood in a human context. So what are we doing with this? Why is it on here then? That being said, when one embodies the other 42, they make strides to achieve this attribute, and as they become a mensch or a good person. So I think like that was one thing that I was going to say earlier was that like if I'm observing majesty and like I'm observing this sort of awe and grandness of things, like should I not like when I asked you what do you think of that's grand also immediately thought of a hotel, and then I thought of uh, Niagara Falls, and then I thought of like, what do I need to do to be a grand person?
Hmm.
Um,
Why should that be a value? Why should grandiosity of self
well, I think
be a value?
grandiosity is different than grand. Um, I think grandiosity is often a negative connotation,
Hmm.
like being grandiose is grandiosity.
Why should wanting to be majestic be a value?
Um, oh, that's also a great point. Like, I don't know that it necessarily needs to be a value. I think if I were describing the value, like this is what the value is, and I personally value majestic things. Like I think that's sort of part of the point of this periodic table is that like, not every molecular compound, while some have a hard time making bonds with others, you know.
Thank you, Toaster.
Yeah, I'd like to be a granddad one day. Speaking of which, I should go to sleep.
We do have you up late, Rev.
I've been not eating as much lately, and it's giving me way too much energy.
Hmm. I can do that.
Yeah. Let's do one more value column
Okay,
and you question it because that was fun. Okay.
I will.
The columns. Okay. What'd you say? It was fun for me anyway. I don't know if it's fun for anybody else. Okay. Wisdom, courage, decency, justice, calm, contentment, or wonder.
Hmm. Go back to the first three. What were they again?
Wisdom, courage. It says decency and social intelligence is like the full.
Hmm. We lost a cat. Decency definitely raises questions. We do have Usama joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Hello, I'm 30 years old, 30.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in a God.
Which god do you believe in?
The one and only, the Abrahamic religious God.
the Abrahamic religious God. Is there a particular book that you follow
Yes,
to learn
I
about this Abrahamic God?
follow is a big word. Like Quran is my favorite or my closest. I learned it when I was young from my father and my family. But I enjoyed reading Bible and other books too. I love them.
Do you believe the Quran is true?
When you say true, what you mean? Like it is from God, you mean?
From God. Sure. Do you believe it is from God?
Yes, yes. But that doesn't mean it's not influenced by
believe- Oh, go ahead.
that doesn't mean it's not influenced by earthly things. It always influenced, like Quran have heavenly side and have earthly side, both of them.
Do you think that there are parts of the Quran that are not from God?
It is complicated because this question point at how I see revelation. I see revelation as enlightenment. Like our prophet had a moment of enlightenment, and then he was speaking about what he sees through. But at the same time, that was guided, but environment influenced it, so he didn't talk.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you think that he met the angel Gabriel in a cave?
No, I think that those are metaphorical. No, I don't believe that the angel come and he talked to him person to person. No, that is metaphorical for me.
Did he say that that happened?
Yes, definitely he said. But he meant it like, it's hard to explain revelation for people who don't know it. So he simplified for people this way. He said, the angel come to me and talk to me. Because, in the Quran, there is other ayahs just the other way. Like there is this ayah says,
Just to clarify, he said that he met an angel in a cave to his followers so they would believe him. But what really happened was that he, I guess I'm not understanding, is revelation just having an epiphany, an idea?
Not an idea. Best experience close to strong religious experience is artistic experience. Like when I want to explain for people what revelation is, I use Van Gogh. Van Gogh used to write about, how he feels when he make these masterpieces. He used to talk to his brother Theo, and there is messages all over the internet, you can read them, where he says, when I'm about to paint these new paintings, I feel that my will is fainting. So he feels like the canvas and the brush that he's using is part of his body, and it moves itself. So his will is fainting and it's very weak. There is other will taking over him, and revelation is something like that. So Muhammad will recite things, but when he recites them, it is him that recites, but it's not him at the same time. There is another will that's guiding him through this. And artists, people know, real artists know this, when they call it the flow state. Sometimes people call it the flow state.
So you're saying that Muhammad entered what artists or some people might refer to as flow state?
Yeah, that's the closest thing, because there is different. One is religious experience and other is artistic, but they're very close.
How do you know that he didn't fabricate any of what he said he experienced?
That is I think valid question. He's persistent. Like when I see how he really wanted to, like this obligation he put on himself to spread the message, I feel like if it was fraud, maybe he will not have that will. I'm not saying a person that is fraud cannot go with it all. He can definitely. A person who's fraud can go all the way, just the way our prophet did. But that make me believe him a little bit. That he really believes in what he's doing.
does him believing in it make it true?
Yeah, it surely doesn't make it true, but it at least give him some validity. He become trustworthy, you know.
Rav, appreciate you as always. Hope you rest well.
You know,
Osama, you
go ahead.
Do you believe that that there are errors and flaws within the Quran, within the messages supposed to be from God?
Errors is a big word, but you know, can you call? Let's call a very let's call it an outdated perspective. Yes, I believe in that. Like there is, for example, a places in the Quran talks of the sky as if it is body. So it says that the sky fall on you or something like that. Today we don't believe in the sky to be a body. You know, it is gas. We can go through it. There is nothing there to fall. But you know, it is the earthly side that I was talking about. You know, the Quran is heavily influenced by the environment. Like it's co-created also. The companion helped build the Quran together with the Prophet, because there is a lot of ayahs talk about them asking him, and the ayahs start like this, and they ask you about such and such subject. So if the companions wasn't there to ask the Prophet about this such and such subject, those ayahs won't exist in the Quran. Therefore, you know, co-creation, earthly side. That's how I encounter, you know, these problematic or problems.
So you recognize flaws and errors within the text. You see that Muhammad required the people around him to help inform what he added.
Yes, I call it the co-creation thesis, and it is very original. I saw no Muslim talking about it. People are very shy to say stuff like that, but I really believe that it will help us a lot. Like it will solve a lot of problems for Muslims if they accepted that the Quran is from the environment. You know, clearly the Quran never speaks about the Amazon tribes in the Brazil or places like that. It always speaks about Moses, and Jesus spoke about the Middle East. You know, it's very rooted in its environment. And you know, that side that people neglect a lot in my culture. Mostly they focus on the heavenly side of the Quran, forgetting the earthly side.
In what way does your God exist?
Oh, that is, you know, I'm still thinking about these things.
Can I ask a slightly more classic question? Where is God?
You know, when I read the Quran, I get two gods, you know. God number one is temporal, and he lives in space and time. So he's in the sky. And we have a lot of hadiths talking about he comes from the seventh sky to the first sky. So he's very in space and time. And there is other ayahs who says he's closer than you than jugular vein. God is everywhere. So he's atemporal, you know, and aspatial. He is in all times and all space. And I get those both messages at the same time from the Quran and from the hadiths. And, you know, I think Christian nailed it. Like Christian says, Jesus is God in flesh. He's the temporal. He is the close to people. He is the one in specific space and specific time. And they have the term of the Father. and they see the Father is the atemporal, outside of space and time. We didn't make that distinction. We talk about God as one, but he be in different moods. So I think they call it the modular, I think, thesis, and it's heretics in Christianity, but for us it works, and for Jewish too. So I think
for you, God is outside of things.
But he also in space and time. So I get the both messages. So sometimes you can think of he have two sides. One time he's outside of space and time, another time he is also in space and time. So he's like that. Get the both messages. And when people ask me how this contradiction could be at the same time, it's contradictory. He's either this or that. I try to show them of the lived time and the abstract time. Like time sometimes is abstract. It is what's in the clock. There is only 1 hour. For example, if you are in class and there is 1 hour past, then that is 1 hour objectively. But if the teacher was so fun, you feel that it was 20 minutes. And both these times, the 20 minutes and the 1 hour are the same thing, but you felt them differently and they exist differently. So different modes of time. I try to close it that way, make it close.
And for you, that explains how God exists within the universe and without relative perception of time.
Yes, like when I say he exists in two moods here and moods there, people ask me how two moods are possible, and say them there is things that have two moods. Like time is one of them. There is the lived time and there is the abstract time, and it's both the same. The 20 minute I felt is actually the 1 hour, and the 1 hour that passes is actually the 20 minute that I felt. So lived and abstract, two things that are one but completely different at the same time.
But how does a difference between your perception of reality and reality equate to something being inside space and time and outside of space and time? Or like temporal, or I mean like physical and not physical, however you said it. I'm misquoting you, but you know what I mean.
I get you. You know, it's far-fetched analogy. What I don't want to try to explain how exactly God is any space and time, outside space and time at the same time. I'm trying to only explain the different moods, because he is in two different moods, and you know, we experience these two different moods all the time. You know, there is this painting. If someone have Google near to it, he can write. It's called Muller illusion or Muller line, where when you see something, it feels as if you see two lines, and it feels that two lines are not equal. There is one of them taller than the other. But if you bring a ruler, so that is the lift, that's what your normal experience make you see. But if you bring a ruler and you measure the two lines, they're actually equal. So, you know, it's equal and unequal at the same time. So it is in space and time and outside of space and time at the same time. That is the analogy that I'm using, if you didn't get it.
So is God being in space and time or outside of space and time the illusion then? Because in both of those examples, one of them is like a measured thing and one of them is like personal perception. So which one is which mode of God is the illusion?
You know, they call it the Muller illusion because people who discover this phenomena or study this phenomena are scientists, and scientists usually care about the objective view of the world. They don't care about the lived or the normal everyday one. But for me, you know, when I'm faced with the Muller experience and I see two lines, I usually, if someone tell me choose one, pick a one, it's either equal, which is what the scientific view tell you, which is when we measure it, and when you go and live it every day, you see it unequal. I choose the unequal more because that's what I see, at least what I feel. and I emphasize the feeling. So the illusion for me is the objective. But I hope you get what I want to say. I don't want to say that, but I want to say that they're both valid. Like someone, it depends on which level of development you are in. Like if you are in the rational level of development, then you probably appreciate the objective, the measurable, more than the lived. The lived is the illusion, as the scientists say, and the measurable is the real.
But how do you confirm, like in all of these examples, you can confirm in the way that we like confirm an illusion is that like we get a consensus about both our perception of it and the like independent measurement of it. So like in this analogy, which aspect of God is like the testable, repeatable aspect of it?
You push me to the place I don't mean. But if I had to choose, I would say, the objective is the one that says he is space and time, because that is measurable. So if someone find where he is in space and time, he probably can see it and test it and so on. And the other one is, equivalent to illusion, let's say, or the felt, It is, the other one is when people feel when they say, oh, Jesus came to me, or someone takes psychedelics and say, oh, I see the oneness, everything is one, I see God. It's the felt one. The other one that is all over is the felt one, and the objective one is the measurable one. But I emphasize these distinctions. Why? Like if someone told me which one is priori, like for me, I really feel.
But I don't know if because you're using this analogy to say because this one thing is like there. How does one thing having a like perception and a reality like equate to God being inside of space and time and outside of space and time? Those seem to be entirely unrelated things, in my opinion. Like how, like it seems like you're just pointing to two completely different things that have like a binary, and because like illusion and like perception and like perception versus reality is like an interesting binary, you're equating to this binary of God being inside of space and time and outside of space and time, but they seem in both like a binary in some regard. So like how are they related at all?
Yes. I'm. When I say this, I am aware that I'm not explaining how God is, inside and outside of space and time. That is a very, it's very. If someone want to demonstrate that, he will have to go, and the only way is through hermeneutics. So one have to go through, scripture and study and show where it is here and there, and which is, I'm not equipped to do that, but. The analogy is simple. As you said, the analogy is simple. I want to say that something could be in two stated at the same time. That is the analogy. So in the Muller example, it is equal and unequal at the same time. And God is inside and outside at the same time. That's where the analogy ends.
So then specifically, how is, because you have to like consider the binaries like individually. So like how is specifically God being inside and outside of space and time possible?
I don't claim I could answer that question. Like
okay, that's fair.
Yeah. But and I told at the beginning, it's what I get from the scripture, and our scripture is very headache. It do that with mostly every topic. Like if you want to find whether the world is determined or there is free will, the Quran give you the both at the same time. You know, in a lot of ayahs, he blames you if you do something wrong, and it says stuff like every person is responsible of what he did. If you do good, you go to heaven. If you do bad, you go to hell. And clearly, if you doing that, the person is completely free. But at the same time, he comes and say, "Oh, you don't guide whoever you want. God is who give the guidance. Some people are chosen to be good. Some people are chosen to be bad. Everything is predetermined and stuff like that." And then it's mixed message again. And then the irony
Could
is,
it be
you know, the irony.
Could it be that this? Oh, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
You know, I just finished at this point. The irony is that if it wasn't aware of this, you know, duality, I would say maybe, you know, our prophet was confused or something. But in one clear ayat clearly says that, oh, this Quran is so great, and what makes it so great is that it plays with duality all the time. And I was like, oh my God. So God confused us, and He knows that He's confusing us, and He wants that.
Can I check something with you, though? You're saying that it is confusing. It goes back and forth on things. If you wanted to say something, it'll say that, and it'll say the opposite. You say that, and it also says that it has this duality, that He addresses that. Does that not seem like something that He might do to appeal to as many people as possible, regardless of what actually is right or wrong or true? Is it possible this is more about appeal?
I think that is possibility, and I get when I get very frustrated, I think that this is going nowhere. I'm just, you know, I'm reading some guy who was psychotic probably, because I see that also some psychotic people have the same syndrome where they just go in duality. It has the sickness have a name, I forget the name, and I would think like maybe it's completely wrong. And then I would say maybe the place that the Quran is want to point at, it is not easily sayable. You know, it's not something that you can say easily. And when I see the culture and how culture was shaped by this duality, I understand that, okay, maybe the Quran is onto something. Like, for example, if you go to common Muslim and he just had a car accident, you know, and he lost his son, and you tell him, oh, I'm sorry. And he would say, you know what, it's okay, it's all pre-written, it's all predetermined, nothing can be changed. And he used the thesis of determinacy to calm himself and, you know, cope with what's going on. And in the other case, if that person, someone stole from his store or he stole, he would, you know, be accountable. So the two theses, the common man, you know, I consider myself learned Muslim, which is praising myself, but, you know, the common Muslim who doesn't read a lot really understand the message. He used this duality of determinism and free will at the same time. He know when to use which thesis, you know, it's very dynamic. And I was like, maybe, you know, the common people get it more than me, spending time reading the Quran and other things. Maybe that is the point. Maybe the point is to use this thesis whenever you are in trouble. But, you know, we are in the journey.
To use it as a tool to make your point, to agree with you on what you wanted to. Is that the purpose?
To cope with life. Life is complicated, you know. There is no simple answer. Like the people, if you read philosophy,
just about coping with life.
That is a big part of it. I don't think it's just that, but that is a big part.
Does it also give instructions?
Yes, the Quran do that. Yes, it do instructions.
Are any of the instructions things that you wouldn't want to do today?
Yes, like hitting my wife. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Do you think that's from God?
You know, God have something to do with it, but environment shaped it. So I will call it, you know, the earthly side of the Quran.
So 434 is the earthly side.
Yes, and when I say earthly, that doesn't mean that God have nothing to do with it. Of course, God, you know, he was in the flow state. This come out of him while he was in the flow state. But, you know, some of his misogyny and, you know, part of what he was in his culture, you know, intervened and it came out like that way.
Is that like the part where it says he can have multiple wives?
Yes. You know how I differentiate. You know, you can ask me a good question. how do you differentiate between what's earthly and what is environmentally? If the something, for me, this is how I differentiate usually. If the something that the Prophet talk about,
you just ask your own question and now you're going to answer it.
Yes, I felt that's where we are going next, because it's the tough. You guys are asking me tough question, and it is the toughest question I was thinking of.
Repeat the question.
Which is, you asking me different things, and I was telling you this is earthly, and this is, maybe I would tell you this is not. And the question would be how you separate between what is earthly and what is skyly. Is it in my whims? Of course, in my whims, I came up with the thesis, but I try to make it understandable for other people, so they also could know when they separate between earthly and skyly. And it is very simple, actually. If the something that God talks about is, is without time and without space, like justice, for example. Justice, like if God is telling you be just, or talking about justice is a concept. It doesn't have space or time. Then you could, or ask you for love or stuff like that, then you could say this is clearly is heavenly side, or a temporal side, something that will work. So I should be just in every space and every time.
What does justice mean?
Doing what ought to be done, maybe something like that.
What is ought to?
What is I feel these things more than conceptualize them, and most people do the same with me. I'm not good with definitions.
So for you, is that what the ought to is as well? Just feeling?
I feel it, yes. Like for example, if you are in a situation, you can do so many options, but some of them you should be doing and what everybody would supposed to expect from you, and some of them are bad and people don't expect it from you. So that is. But definitions are to understand each other. I reach a point where, at the beginning I used to think that knowledge is definition, and then I understand that definition is just to understand each other. It's not knowledge. So.
Osama, is it important to you that a God, as you understand it, exists?
Yes, very important.
Why?
One of my friends was asking me about the problem of evil, which is one of the hardest problems an atheist can face. And I was giving all sorts of coping and answers. None of them was good. None of my answers of problem of evil are good. Each one of them lead me to worse place than I was at the beginning. And then I was like, now what? Let's say that what I want is not true, which is I want that God to exist, and God doesn't exist. And there is this all suffering in the world and these all problems. My answer was then life would be a mistake, because life is evil and there is nobody even to blame. Like if God was there even and he was responsible of this, at least I will blame him, but there is no one to blame. And life is just blunt, cold, doesn't care about you. And it's evil, and life is just simple mistake, and all this that I call my life, and everything I care about, and it's just big mistake. And that feeling took me, and I had a panic attack, and I was like, nope, my body is refusing this. My body is refusing this idea, and I cannot take it. I don't want to think of life as mistake.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean by mistake?
Like a mistake, like something that should never happened.
So, either life is intentional and it meant to be this way, or was meant to be this way by a God, or it's a mistake and it's something that shouldn't be. Is that how you feel like it? Is that your duality of existence?
Yes, you can say something like that, because I suffer a lot. I suffer with schizophrenia. I have all sorts of depression and melancholy all the time. So I'm not having the best in my life. If I was very happy and healthy, and maybe I could think of life as something good without needing God. But my life is shitty. It's really shitty. And you know,
is there not good within it?
there is some good. I love my mother. I love my brothers and sisters, which is something I really appreciate. But still, I have a lot of bad days. I really have a lot of bad days. And you know, if this is not ending happily, if there is no hope, if there is no God that I can cling on, then this is just big mistake. I'm suffering for no reason, which is something I don't want to accept.
I have an important question. If for some reason you were given enough evidence, a reason, a way to verify to you that no God exists, that the Quran is just a story made up, that all these are stories made up to control, impress, or gain power, to various reasons, and they've just taken. If you were given some reason to believe that, and that no creator is waiting, no meaning is intended, would that change your life? Would that change the way you live? Would that make it impossible for you to enjoy this?
Yes, I probably, you know, going to suffer more panic attacks, and it will be hard to face this life. I would probably suffer more because now I have at least hope, you know, that everything will gonna be all right at the end. But at that time, it will be just, you know, my life is tough, and I'm one of the unlucky ones, and I have to deal with it. And then, like, I don't know what I should do. What, toughen up? It's like act tough, you know, face life and grinta, you know, face it no matter what, be brave. And then what? You know, it doesn't have, for me, it doesn't, you know, if it's not eternal, then, and if it's eternal but not good also, then it's not, I have no answer. Like, I think I am not ready to face that reality.
That's okay.
Where there is no God.
You're in an uncomfortable headspace right now. That question was meant to put you there, and I appreciate you taking a moment to indulge it. It sounds like it's a very sensitive idea for you to be without a God.
He's my beloved. He's my savior. He's everything for me. I really, he's my only hope, you know?
Mm-hmm. Why does the God that you think is there have to fit Islam, or does it?
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat?
That's fine. I'd like to reword it anyways. Does the God that you think is there have to fit Islam?
Oh, no. It actually could be anything. Islam is just the path of my father. I could be what they call, you know, spiritual but not religious. I love these people. I can be one of them, no problem.
Not that I have any more questions at the moment, but I might shortly. Blake, do you have any questions for Osama?
Yeah, you said that without this belief, you feel like you wouldn't have a reason. Do you keep open to finding other reasons, even if they're additional to this one, even if it's not like a replacement for this one? But do you like keep yourself open to the idea of finding others?
You know, like I really love the idea of overcoming myself. You know, there is this place where a human can reach, you know, to be like God. You know, God is ultimately self-reliance. I rely on him to give me a meaning, but he is there alone, you know, relying on himself. So for him, there is no other God. He is what it is, and he just facing existence. And you know, to be a perfect human, to be worthy of God's friendship, is to be like him, you know, be there without relying on him. And you know, I think he would respect you more if you could be like that. But that is super hard thing to do, and I'm not ready to do it at all. But it's something I aspire for. And you know, there is harsh ways and there is tender ways, and I am intending to go there with him, you know, through his guidance. If you're tough enough to go there, it's just and became superhuman, then good for you, I guess. But it's, you know, there is horrible things on the way. It's the feeling itself is unbearable. I think Jesus went there, you know. Jesus, at one point, like this saying when he says, God, why you forsaken me? It's very famous. It's just where be friend with God, you know. It's something I aspire for.
Do you believe that? Well, I already know that.
To say I appreciate you guys listening to me and you know, giving me space to talk, and with very respectful. Not a lot of rooms like that in TikTok. Like most people are in defense mood. They don't want to listen to anybody. Everybody just want to push his agenda, you know. Very tough place.
Well, I'll admit, I am here to push my agenda, which is questioning beliefs. But that's the only one. Just to see if people can. Usama, it does seem like you can question your beliefs. I do wonder, I wonder if you could find some meaning absent a God, if there's any room for you to explore that without giving it up right away, obviously.
Without him is hard, you know. I love him. It is, if you go to someone who loves someone and you tell him, can you leave him? It's just, I don't think I can leave him. So I'm madly in love with him. In a toxic way.
Right, would you feel that? I think that's worth... I realize you might be being a bit tongue-in-cheek, but that might be worth dwelling on for a moment.
I'm sorry if that makes you uncomfortable.
No, it's not that it makes me uncomfortable. I wonder why it doesn't make you.
Yeah, I'm. A lot of people tell me like I'm like Jerry. You know, you watch Rick and Morty, the show?
Yes, I'm aware of what you're talking
Yeah, someone who's very comfortable with his, let's say, with his weaknesses. Let's say, very vulnerable. It's a very nice thing to have. But it makes other people uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it is a virtue to love something that you are not sure is there in a toxic way?
You know, if it's not there, then yeah, of course it's problematic. Yeah. That would be delusional. That would be completely delusional. The big question for me, you know what it is? Does he love me back? You know, I'm a very bad person too. I do bad things all of the time.
How would you know if he did or didn't?
That is, I really don't have no idea. You know, sometimes I feel it when my life go well, you know, and things work for me. I say, maybe this is a sign he loves you. But, you know, in scripture we have, you know, other stuff saying that sometimes he, you know, actually he make horrible the life the one he loves. And it's something I don't understand, but apparently he's something he do. So it's not sign. I have no clue how to know if he loves me or not. I really have no clue.
Does that sound like a healthy relationship?
Definitely not. Definitely not. That's what I was saying is a toxic one. It's, but you know, his words in the Quran is a little bit companion. Like I really enjoy reading the Quran. I really enjoy. I feel a little bit of him in the Quran. I don't want to take more of your time.
I appreciate you, Yusama.
I really had fun.
Yeah.
I added you maybe, even though I don't know if I come up next time what I would say. I'd say everything I wanted to say. So next time I will come and say hi and then go down.
There's every chance there'll be different people on the panel who might have different questions and might be able to, well, see what other areas you're willing to question. But I appreciate every bit of questioning you did here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also thank you for Black and everybody who's listening. See you. Bye-bye.
Keep asking questions, Usama. I really do. I hope that you are able to find whatever meaning you want, whatever meaning you need, in wherever those questions lead you. Yeah, big W's in the chat for Osama. We've had, I think we've had mostly good guests. A little drunkenness here and there. Great conversation with Rav. And now there's plenty of time before I read a poem and find my way to bed. There's plenty of time to have at least one more. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request Ona at one of those boxes, and we'll see if you really can question. And if you've been questioned before, if you've questioned your beliefs up here, and you've been wanting to turn the tables to question me, well, this is your opportunity. It is question the questioner, at least for the rest of this live. I don't know if I'll do that tonight or another weekend run of it. I really liked this. Good morning, Heretical.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Blake. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing all right.
Good morning.
I see I'm terribly negligent with the live goals. Thank you for reminding me, dancing. Thank you, Looney Bats, Angela, also Mrs. JJ, Aaron. I like the name, Aaron. Also, thank you to Martha Steele, Tricera Bear, and Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you.
I love when Martha comes up on panel and talks. She's so nice.
Hell yeah. We always have great conversations. She has been doing a lot of questioning lately.
Ooh. It's always a good time. I thought I kind of soft bullied Floki yesterday to come up, and I thought he did really, really well.
He did very well. There was one moment where he shoved a full foot in his mouth, but he did really good.
I was on break in the office, and I was just rolling, and everybody's looking at me like, "What are you laughing at?" Like, just don't worry about it. You wouldn't understand.
Aaron. I know, I almost did say Rawrin. Rawrin. Feels like I just stumbled into a trap. And I was practicing my ventriloquism. What'd you think?
I told you that ventriloquism is indistinguishable from telekinesis, so you have to tell us before you start.
Oh, this one's telekinesis. Wait, Blake. Telekinesis is moving things with your mind. Even telepathy.
Yes, I did. I did, in fact, mean that.
I have recently made the same mistake. Yeah, I knew it too. Right when I said it. Stephen Ernest says, I've never seen your lips move. That's a great point. You're still not seeing my lips move. And we're at 76,000. Hell yeah. Appreciate all of you tapping the screen. I know, well, I know if Kat was here, she might imply that you guys could have done better, but I think you guys are doing great. So appreciate you tapping the screen, getting us up to 76,000. And of course, the 67 shares are really helpful getting us out to the FYP. So thank you all for tapping and sharing. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, and you think you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. All those boxes there, well, they're not all going to get filled out, but we do have other questioners, and we're not here looking to like make you stop believing. We're not here to make you start believing something else. We're not here to be, convinced by you to believe whatever it is. But what we are here to do is to facilitate you in questioning your own beliefs, and that starts with, well, a few questions, if you can. Good morning, Morgan. How are you?
I'm okay. How's everyone?
Good morning.
Doing pretty good. Well, even better now that KD and Ketchup just knocked out the goal again. Hell yeah, appreciate you guys so much.
That's been what, 2 goals since I've been up here, knocked out. I haven't even made my coffee yet.
Hell yeah.
I haven't even gotten out of bed yet.
I woke up about 20 minutes, not 20 minutes, no, it was about 40 minutes before the live was supposed to start.
I had a feeling you would.
I was an hour late.
I know.
I was say I always know when you're late, even if I don't join the live immediately, because I just check the time. But when Morgan sent me the invite, it's like, oh, it sent it like 2 p.m. Like, oh, Thrayle's late.
There's a 2 p.m.
2 a.m. My bad.
Oh,
2 a.m.
I
I still haven't.
Probably asleep at that point.
Yeah, I haven't had. No, you'll be in the Discord saying you need to go to sleep.
That's true. I might be awake, insisting I should be asleep.
What you looking for?
I'm one of those. Hang on. No, it's not there. No, I don't know. I'd be over there. It's one of those. Yeah. The believers.
I think one just joined.
Maybe they did. But if they did, well, they'd have to do the thing that, like, they gotta read the thing up there.
Did the thing above your head?
Yeah, they gotta read that.
Yeah. And
They might get confused at the second part because that's not really for them. But it could be.
It could be, if they've been here before.
Yeah. Well, maybe even at the end. Who knows? I might answer while they're questioning me. Usually, delay. But yeah, no, that's I don't see any anywhere. Well, maybe if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, you'll find your way up here, and then I won't be looking around so much. Oh, and we'll have questions for you. Sorry, Morgan.
No, it's okay. Jerry Bell's been trying to request a song.
Oh.
And I think I know which one it is. Under Her Wing.
It could be that one.
She said that sounds right.
Well, I like that song. There's another song I like playing with it too. They kind of pair well now.
It's a great set.
You know which one I'm talking about.
Of course I do.
Okay. Well, then I'll play them together. Nope, I lost it. There it is. And then the other one is, well, Hazel's here, right? Yeah. And while we give these a listen, and I practice my telepathy on you, make sure you keep tapping the screen and sharing the live. And if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue, just to see if you can question. And if you can, well, we got questions.
I thought about it just enough to say it never scared me. Something about it always closed as if the answer waited for me. I told myself it all made sense and I almost believed. I never had to follow it down to where it starts to lead. But what if it doesn't? What if it breaks? What if I follow one question too late? I thought I was fine, I never went through what happens when what held you no longer rings true. What I thought would be a shatter only whispered I still mattered. Not an answer I could prove, just something small I couldn't move. What I thought would take me under wasn't silence, wasn't thunder, just a voice I couldn't see, saying I could just be. I tried to follow it all the way down past where it softened and swayed. Something in me gave away there and the questioner still stayed. If it won't hold, if it slips through my hands, then where do I stand? I can't. What I thought would be a shatter only whispered I still mattered. Not because it all made sense, but because I wasn't left. What I thought would leave me nowhere found me standing in it, still here. Not an answer I could prove, just some space where I could move. No one tried to solve it for me. No one told me what was true. They just stayed there in the breaking long enough to let me through. Under her wing in the unknown, while we try to find the answers, no one is alone. What we thought would be a shatter only whispered we still mattered. Not because it all made sense, just because we weren't left. What we thought would leave us nowhere found us standing in it, still here. Side by side we still move, questioning what we thought we knew.
Hello, God Sword. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33, how's it going?
Going great. And do you have a belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I sure do. Christianity, Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior. What about yourself?
Oh, not really, or anything like that. So do you believe that the Bible is entirely true? Or is...
I believe I didn't come from a monkey. Do you believe you came from a monkey?
I see. So are you just here for a debate?
Oh, I'm just asking. Did you come from a monkey?
I don't...
But that's reproduction, bro.
Are you
Not
here? Are you
original
here? Can
reproduction.
you stop? Can you stop? So are you here to have it? Can you stop? Are you capable of, like, displaying a little bit of self-control?
Asking you to question your beliefs, bro. Are you okay?
Yeah, I do that every night. Can you control yourself?
Now
Can
you
you
say you
control
can't. You're not
yourself?
sure where you came
Can
from.
you control yourself so you can't control yourself? When you get done reading 1 Peter 3:15, you're welcome to request backup. But I'd like you to tell me which 2 words it tells you to behave in before you even request again. You can tell me in the comments.
That's one of my favorite verses.
When he reads that, he tells me about which 2 words it describes his behavior should be. Then he can come back. God's sword, behave like an adult. I do question my beliefs, but if you're not capable of behaving like an adult, you can't be on my panel. It's really sad. I'm not here to facilitate crash outs. Wow. So, you're not even going to be able to tell me which 2 words are in 1 Peter 3:15 if you're muted in the chat. Because if you continue to be disrespectful, that's what's next. You're going to be muted. But you're not going to make it back to this panel until you tell me those 2 words. Okay. That was unfortunate. That's not the words from 1 Peter 3:15. The ones that describe how your behavior should be in this situation.
Is he just guessing?
He just said scribes and Pharisees.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with that verse at all. The 2 words that describe your behavior in a situation like this.
Oh no, don't give it away.
Oh, I'm not telling him. I'm just saying those are the words I want. Because it'll be different depending on which translation he uses. But, he's still fucked up no matter which one it was.
Very true.
Yep, no, that's not respectful, and those are not the 2 words. I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows how to read his book. That's
Well,
unfortunate.
When you cover your eyes like that, yeah, it's really hard to read.
Was he just trying to bait you into letting him back up into a ring?
He thinks that saying host is shaken is going to... What does that even mean? I'm bored with you. I'm not interested in childish behavior. I'm not interested in debate. I'm not interested in shouting matches. I'm not interested in this, whatever the fuck it is you're doing in my comments. I'm not shaken. Wow. You're continuing the disrespect, but you still have yet to tell me the 2 words in 1 Peter 3:15 that describe how you should be behaving right now. It's almost like you don't read the book that you run around pretending to believe in. It's kind of sad. It's fascinating to watch a hypocrite at work.
I love people watching. It's fantastic.
I hate people watching. Way too much accidental eye contact.
Nah, none of them talk to me, so I'm okay.
He does not obey the whims of fascists or apes. It's fascinating, God's sword. I was seeing if you had, even bothered obeying the whims of the God you claim to believe in. You can't do that. I don't know why we'll have any kind of discussion, since the one whim I'm asking about is in line with behavior on this panel.
You would think a believer in God would jump at the chance to read a verse.
No, he's afraid of his book. He keeps putting 2 words in the chat, like run Bobo and run Bubbles, but those weren't the 2 words.
Is anybody going to tell them that most fascists are Christians?
Ooh.
It's really sad. God's sword. Is it God's worst? Is that what he misspelled worst? I think. Cool as a fan. What does that even mean?
I'm also curious, how does he know what you believe when he didn't even ask?
Well, he tried to ask me about if I came from a monkey, which I said I came from my mother, and then he continued just talking over, because he's trying to have an argument instead of a discussion. He doesn't know how to behave and has no self-control. And I gotta tell you, normally I think I would be, letting him know about self-control and consent and things. It's really sad. I don't think he's capable of processing anything that's happening right now.
No, I completely agree with you.
He's just got to put 2 words in chat, and then I'll let him back on the panel. We can have a discussion. 2 words from 1 Peter 3:15. Literally any translation, so it's not just 2 words. There's a whole bunch of words you could use. If you put 2 of them in there. The one's describing how you should behave in this situation. Then you're welcome to request backup. But you clearly have no fucking clue what you're talking about, let alone what I'm talking about. So how could we talk at all? Good morning, Everlasting. How are you doing?
Good morning, friends. I'm experiencing life as a nocturnal creature now.
I see. Nocturnal. You mean diurnal?
Yeah. Is that what it is?
I think it's diurnal.
The daytime, the daytime people. Yeah, I've not been one ever before. This is new to me.
I've become more crepuscular myself.
Are these words being used correctly?
Yes.
Do you know? Do you question your belief in your own lexicon?
Yes.
Are you sure lexicon was the right word?
Are you?
Hello.
Hello, Grace. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. So I do witchcraft.
When you say that you believe in a god, which god or gods do you believe in?
So it's kind of quite complex. I do believe like God is more so how the universe like flows. I feel like everything is intertwined when it comes to, say, like religion. Even though with a lot of religion, there's so many dogmatic perspectives, but then like you've got like philosophy, like quantum physics, it intertwines with like science as well. And then also you've got like numerology, astrology, gematria, and henceforth. I feel like there's a common kind of like basis or universal principle that kind of like intertwines all those things together.
So, you're saying that the God you believe in is the principle that binds all of these mystical concepts. I see. Grace, why did you request up?
Because I thought this was kind of like a discussion, is it not?
Did you
Can you question your beliefs?
Grace, is there a reason why so far 50% of the questions I've asked have been interrupted before the end?
Impulse control. I'll try and exercise it. Go on.
So you requested up to just have a discussion, or did you?
Yeah, to do with the premise which is presented when it says about can you question your beliefs. You asked me what my beliefs are.
Fuck's sakes, where is the impulse control? Nobody has self-control this morning. Sad. I'm not here to facilitate your practice in impulse control. If you're 28, you should have been practicing for the last, 20 or more years. 28, preferably.
Which is a shame, because I'm sure I had a bunch of questions about the witchcraft side, and I'm sure Morgan had one or two.
Mm-hmm. It's too bad there's no impulse control there.
One or two?
I'm lowballing it.
She wasn't here to question her beliefs. She was here to provide a TED Talk and, steamroll anything that came out of anyone else's mouth. If you're capable of, behaving respectfully, then take a moment, catch your breath, question why you're here. Why are you requesting up? Is it just to tell us what you believe? Is it just to talk at people? To be heard? To be validated? Is that why you're requesting up? Because this is the wrong room. We're here to be respectful and discuss, but we are here to see if you are capable of questioning your belief.
They did say in the comments that they will behave, and they even put an angel halo emoji thing, so you know that's completely genuine.
Okay, take two. All right, I'll be good now. Go on.
I have no
I'm
further
quiet.
questions.
Okay.
You've made it very clear. Does anybody else have any questions for this guest?
I do question my own belief, Cat the Witch, by the way. And that's why I do.
That was the wrong button. No, you're not responding to questions from the comments. You're here on panel to discuss your beliefs on panel. If you want to respond to comments, you're welcome to type out your response or wait for
If you say so, because you use this deep voice, therefore it must be true.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Grace. No self-control. No respect. Fuck off.
I think take two was worse than take one.
Is it possible that media has... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just was going to say I have no idea why this ridiculous person is back in my requests. You're lucky to even be in the room. That's disgusting behavior for someone who's 28 years old. Absolutely abhorrent.
I was just going to ask, is it possible that media has trained society that silence is uncomfortable, or dead air is like a I don't know, something that people should like be afraid of? Like just having a few moments of just, pause and deliberation.
Yeah, no, absolutely, without a doubt. There's no question about it. Especially, I mean, like, when I was initially like speaking with friends online, there would be like long silences, and they wouldn't know what to do with it, and they would just make noises. And I'm like, what are we? We can just sit here. It's okay. No one's watching us.
Yeah, that's very real. People literally don't know how to just like sit in the same room as somebody else without like feeling like they need to like entertain that other person.
I'm perfectly okay with silent or unalived air. It just doesn't bother me. I think it's okay.
It's also, you have to consider all of the creators that kids grew up with. They're constantly, on YouTube watching the game videos where they're just constantly talking to the chat, constantly talking to the video, etc., etc. And so that's how they think you have to interact when you're online. It's just constantly fill the air.
Yeah, just verbally diarrhea all over every moment, every breath, every silence. sometimes it's important to sit in it. The silence, not your verbal diarrhea. The facial fuming can always take a rest. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is not a serious person with any intent to engage.
Don't touch it.
We're all just salivating over that one, aren't we?
Bad.
Wait. Oh, hold on. No, just okay.
No.
I'm just glad everybody. Okay, all right.
No.
Spray bottle.
Uno reverse. No.
Now she's like, tell me what I said that was wrong.
Hold on, I got a list.
Ridiculousness. We're not here to tell anyone that they're wrong. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're actually capable of having a civil conversation, waiting for the other person to finish asking a question. Then go ahead and request up if you can question your beliefs. We're not here to debate you or argue. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs and behave like an adult. At least mostly. New prompt idea. Can you converse? What is self-control? Do you have it?
I would love to see one. What is discernment?
Well, that's a what the fuck.
Yeah,
what the fuck is discernment?
Do you have a what the fuck is respect screen? Because I think that should be a thing.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Lady Huggy W. Knowing you can mute someone and not doing it. That's self-control.
So self-control.
I admittedly had somebody's mute setting open to the, where you just select the time and then hit the button. I just hadn't hit the button.
That might be a thing. Let them crash out. Give them like 30 seconds to crash out and then mute them. And then when they're done, ask them if they're okay. We can give them some cookies and milk and see if they're okay afterwards. Just check on them. I think if you allowed that, there'd be a lot more buttons CBJ would take from here.
He's already got the one. I don't know. That's a good one.
I was listening to him the other day, and it just popped up, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, yeah. It does get used. I can't imagine too many of the other things I say being button worthy.
I think he needs to get a really good why from you, and then just that's the button.
Just why?
Yeah, why? That'd be good.
I'm looking at my guest queue, and I'm asking that genuinely. Why?
What the fuck is why?
Barfing Toaster wants a Thrayle speak and spell.
I
haven't tried it. I haven't tried it in a while, but I used to be able to do the speak and spell voice. Pretty close.
I feel like we could only question her from the comments at this point.
That's the only way you're going to get to the end of a question without
I know.
And then she's only got so many characters to reply back with, so she has to be direct.
That'll limit the monologues. Yeah.
What you really need isn't a Thrayle speak and spell. It's a Batitude potato head thing that you can take the pieces out and put skeleton arms in and at the bottom and all that.
I would love to see the answer to this question from her. Can you answer a question directly? I mean, that's a direct answer.
Is it?
Perhaps not the answer to my question.
The ice cream.
If you were at an ice cream shop and you were given 3 choices, chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry, which would you choose?
Vanilla.
That's so interesting.
That is interesting.
Ooh. Bye. Sorry, only mods can use caps.
Yeah, she can still comment. The cap comment got removed.
Mm-hmm. I would love to hear your answer to the question I just asked. Do you need me to repeat it?
This is more about being on stage than participating now.
Mm-hmm.
Someone desirous of a platform without any intention of actually respecting the room or the purpose. They're just looking for any stage that will have them so they can say the things they want to say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could be wrong.
Very possibly. Perhaps not probably. There it is.
I do like strawberry. It's good ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
Vanilla's pretty good too. I'm not a big fan of chocolate.
Interesting. I'm not a huge fan of the strawberry, usually, unless it's homemade.
Deftone, I don't know if she made it a minute.
No, I don't think so. I personally like it with the frozen chunks of strawberries in the ice cream.
Fun fact, I don't like ice cream.
What?
Apparently somebody didn't know that.
That's okay, I don't like cake.
He just said the same exact thing.
I knew it.
Thanks. It's a depressing fact.
That was the one I was laughing at.
I shooketh the entire chat. I apologize.
Apparently. The fuck's the matter with... Oh, hang on. We should do this right.
Yeah, let me get that screen. Do I like fun? Yeah, I do like fun.
The fuck is wrong with you?
He doesn't. He is a devourer of joy. Don't listen to him.
Okay. Should we do a poll? Maybe a poll.
Sure.
I always leave when we do a poll. We do a poll, and then by the time they get voted to be allowed back up, they leave the room. That's my prediction. But, we'll try.
Perhaps we'll be proven wrong. Who knows?
All I heard was poll, and I thought I was getting kicked for not watching the screen.
No. Simple yes or no poll at the top of the screen. There's a little blue clipboard up there. Here, let me help. Those little arrows point the way. Little blue clipboard up there. You just cast your vote if you think our previous guest deserves a third chance to participate.
The Batcolyte polls are the only polls I've ever voted in.
Really?
Absolutely. I guess that's a depressing fact, too. I'll also clarify that the Batcolyte polls are the only polls actually worth voting in.
We're up to 15 votes, and it is a pretty close one. So far, slightly more in favor of no. But if you think the previous guest deserves a second chance, you go up there to that pole up there, in the upper, on that side, left side of the screen. And cast your vote. It is now 50-50. Oh, now one in favor of yes, leading the way. 20 votes cast, and we are still just neck and neck. There's 3 minutes to go. Normally with 3 minutes to go even, we'd be pretty clear, but this is pretty close. Everyone should be able to vote, mods included. You just click on the little icon up there that looks like a clipboard. 22 votes cast, and we are leaning towards yes. We've got a minute and a half left, roughly. And there hasn't been a vote for the last, 30 seconds or so. If anybody who wants to vote hasn't voted yet, there's a clipboard in the upper left-hand corner of your screen lets you let us know what you think about trying a third time with the previous guest. And if you are just joining us and you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you were curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, well, you might want to get in on that vote if you want to be next in line. We've got about a minute left before we take up our next guest. Whether it's the one who's now come up here and been disrespectful twice, or you, whoever you are, that's going to depend entirely on how this vote turns out. It's getting a little closer. There is one vote splitting the difference, 52 to 47%, by the way. So one vote splitting the difference. We just need one more vote to make a tie, or one more vote the other way to be more decisive. Either way, 20 seconds left. I think. Unless something intervenes. It looks like Grace gets a second chance. Third chance.
Okay.
All right, Grace.
Thank you. Yes.
Let's start from the top. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
I don't believe in a specific god.
So what god or gods or higher power do you believe in?
I believe that the same way that we can't see like gravity and stuff like that, there is a force that kind of like happens that is not discriminatory towards like specific individuals. So some people believe in karma, right? But I don't believe in karma. Otherwise you wouldn't see specific people being in power that have caused like atrocities and wars towards like other people. I see it more so as
slow down. The question was, what is the God or higher power that you believe in? And I don't feel like you're answering my question.
because there's nuance behind it. Because there's nuance behind it, that's why. Like, I can't give you a direct answer without me elaborating on it, because it's not yes or no. There's grey areas, there's like nuance behind it. So I can't just be like, why are you sighing? Because it's true.
Why is it important that you are on this panel right now? Why does that matter to you?
It's not even about like being like important and stuff like that. It's more so like this is meant to be a discussion and you're meant to be open towards other people's perspective.
Stop telling me what I'm meant to be on my live. Grace,
okay.
Why are you on my stage?
Your stage, okay, slay honey. But more so just because I feel like okay, you value other people's input. The whole premise of this.
I don't value your input. I
never said. Okay, so the whole premise is can you question.
Why did you request to be on my panel?
Because I was interested in the subject in itself.
So can you question?
I feel like you're trying to like put me in a corner to respond appropriately towards you, right? But then you're not being open towards other conversation. The premise is, can you question? The question is, can you question your beliefs? What?
Stop unmuting for a moment. Let the silence sit, just for a moment. You don't have to fill it. Stop. You don't have to fill every silence. Wow.
I don't. Same time.
Fucking fascinating. Morgan, do you think you'll get an answer to your question?
Answer the question, yes or no?
Yep.
You asked me a question. Can I not answer it? Am I not allowed to?
How drunk are you, Grace? How drunk are you?
I'm not drunk. This is me on a day-to-day basis, believe it or not. I know.
You function like this around
people? I do. It's got me far in life, actually. Thank you. I know. Thank you. So can I answer your question?
Which one?
Okay, so when you said about like believing in a certain God or...
I didn't say anything about believing in a God or anything. So if you're gonna lie, you don't get to stay. Fucking fascinating.
Wow. Wow. I knew it. I knew if I just waited another second, she was going to speak as soon as I did.
I didn't tell her to believe. Wait, does she mean the question I was asking? About which God, which specific God? Because that was like miles ago, way back.
Yeah. No, that was a long time ago. But that's I think what she was referring to. I also don't know if you saw, but earlier in the comments she said she only wanted to speak to you.
That's I don't think it's about questioning beliefs.
It's not.
It's kind of gross.
Gives me the ick.
Well, if you are here for questioning beliefs, if you can question your belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning, go ahead and request out. It's hilarious.
That's so cute.
We can't be respectful in the comments. Can't be in the comments. Oops. Can we vote on who gets to come up? Oh, that's not a bad idea. Or was it vote on who gets to mute her? Because, sorry, I jumped the line. Yeah.
Preferential treatment.
That's lady exhibiting that self-control that I watch her do every day so gracefully.
I'll say it's grace and self-control. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I may have temporarily showed her the door. She may find her way back one day, but hopefully not today.
But if you can question your belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that, tap one of these little boxes down at the bottom of the panel, or down by where you type in your comment, there's a pair of blue and pink people that you can tap on that will guide you to a seat, and we can question your beliefs. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're not here to convince you otherwise. We're just asking you to think on the question and answer honestly.
I do not know what that hissing background noise is, but I don't like it.
Is it still there?
No, it goes away after a second. It's only right when I unmute.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if I have a bad cable. It seems to have fixed it, whatever I just did. Yeah, there's blue and pink people down there. You click on them to join us, if you've got a belief. Or you click on the boxes. That works too. Or there's also the, raising your hand in chat and saying, invite me. If you can't figure all that out, that would be probably pretty unfortunate, though. Probably a sign of well, maybe it's just a divergent way of thinking. I don't know. But yeah, if you've got one of those, beliefs, beliefs. If you've got one of those beliefs, and you can question it, then go ahead and request a. And we've got some questions for you. Also, if you've questioned your beliefs with us before, and you've been waiting for your chance to turn the tables to question the questioner, well, you can also request up and try your hand at that. Maybe see if you, I don't know, have questions for me.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, I'm 59.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm not sure if it qualifies, but I believe that I do not have free will as is commonly understood.
Does that relate to your belief or lack of belief in a god in any way?
Right, I have no belief in any kind of higher power or God directly. Exactly.
I see. Why not?
I don't find any evidence that's compelling for such.
What do you think you would consider to be compelling evidence for a god?
I heard it as a cop-out, so I won't not say that, but that is also true. I suppose there could be a creator god. Maybe all of this is evidence of that. So that's an argument. I don't see any evidence for any kind of higher power involved in our world, or if I did, it would be a pretty bad one. And maybe I'm just avoiding thinking that there's a demonic God interfering with our world. Like a simulation, a child running a simulation, or something like that. But no, I don't see any evidence. I guess it's hard to imagine what it would look like, unless a big hand came from the sky, something like that.
If a big hand came from the sky, would you worship it?
No, but I would be disturbed. Like, hey, that hand's huge, bigger than mine. We got to deal with this. Yeah, I don't. It's hard to imagine worshiping any being. Yeah.
What do you think might make something worthy of worship?
Wow, that's a good question. Thank you. I've never thought about that before. Yeah, worship is maybe there's no maybe there's nothing, because worship might even be a boundary problem, an unhealthy boundary for me, because each of us has an ego and deserves to not worship, I think.
What is worship to you?
Right. Good question. I think worship is lowering yourself before another. So making, basically squashing your own ego, perhaps giving up, throwing yourself on the mercy of another. In Islam, right, a lot of how they worship involves being able to give up, release everything to God. And I think it's fascinating, but it's not appealing to me, to do that.
Have you ever believed in a God before?
Nope, not ever. So that's partly why I'm on the other side of a glass wall or something.
Have you ever wanted to?
Sure. When I was having extreme death anxiety, mortality anxiety for a year or so, a belief system in that the universe cared, right? That there was even a hell to go to seemed pretty appealing, right? The void was extremely worrying, and if you believe in a God or the Force or even Satan, you avoid the void.
What settled your fear?
Exposure therapy and existential therapy and medication together.
How do you feel about the void now?
I do not like it, but it doesn't cause me, touching the third rail of the train, kind of unacceptable, thinking that it did. The problem with it was that I had gone around believing that I was always going to live, I would live forever. I think on some level that I'd always existed, and realizing the truth that I don't have evidence for that was really rough. And it's hard when your problem is the truth, because you can't use truth to battle your truth very easily, right? It's hard to, if you believe, if you have an outsized fear of spiders or something, someone can say, well, the big spiders aren't coming for you, right? They can use the truth to make you feel better. But when your fear is the truth, it's more challenging.
That does make sense. Do you take any solace in knowing that if there's nothing, then there will be no you to experience the nothing?
Yes, that is when I first heard that, I felt it was very weak. But I've come to feel that that's a reasonably strong argument or powerful. Aurelius's meditations were very helpful. I found many other similar kinds of thoughts, like you're going to go back to where you came from, wherever that is, that sort of thing. The best one was people that I love are probably going to go somewhere, maybe the void, but I'll go where they are,
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
It's a good question. Thank you for these good questions today.
Absolutely.
I don't know ahead of time, but once I believe in a God in any, even a little bit, I would know, and I think it would matter. But it's like asking me if 2 + 2 = 5. I don't have any evidence for that, but wow, that would be world shaking, right? If you could show me that. So yeah, I think it must matter.
If you were to find that there was reason to believe that, let's say, the Christian God exists, however you understand that to be, would you want to change anything about the way you live this life?
Well, the Christian God is not my favorite. If I could pick, but we don't get to pick.
That's my next question. So
Right. Yeah, if I believed in a particular flavor of God, Zeus, or if I really believed it, sure, I would probably adapt, right? If I believed there was a child running a simulation, I might adapt to that, right? Because it would be ridiculous not to respond to reality.
So for you, it would be ridiculous not to then adhere to the 10 Commandments or whatever it is you understand Christianity to want from you.
Well, my response might be to reject God and end up in hell. I don't know ahead of time what my response would be.
Okay, that is kind of what my question is, but I appreciate the I don't know even more.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Sure.
Do you know what God you would want to exist if you could choose?
Great one. It's maybe my favorite question of the day. What would I choose? It's mind blowing to think of because I've been on the other side of it for so long, where I just was at a loss as to what kind of God might exist. I suppose, karma is very appealing. I don't see evidence for it. As I think your last guest suggested. The Force is fun, right? In Star Wars, right? People have come up with these things in order to feel good. I don't really want a crowd pleasing God, though. That's too much. I sort of like I like a creator God who doesn't interfere. So, we don't know where everything came from. And so if a God created us, right, started the big expansion or Big Bang, that would be interesting to me. I think I would choose that, and it would help me. Yeah.
So something that doesn't interfere, something like celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance with the Lambda-CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one of the membranes between our bony appendages, expanding to this day.
Yeah, the multiverse is, more interesting than most religions. So I find physics to be maybe the god. It's not necessarily a god, but it's definitely a belief system, because some of it is hypothetical, or just the math tells us, but we don't have any other evidence than the math.
I don't know if I have any more questions at the moment, but does anyone else have a question for our guest?
No, I don't believe I have any at this time.
I have a question. Do you think that we choose our beliefs?
So as I say, don't believe in free will in the common sense of the word. I believe we all believe we have free will, and that helps us get through our day. So it's sort of an evolutionary feature, right? And I think my belief that I wouldn't die was also helpful, because I didn't have to worry about it all the time. So that's also maybe an evolutionary feature, that people walk around, ignorant and blissful. But I don't think we choose anything, including beliefs. Everything that we decide is teed up for us, either by circumstance, our genes, decisions made elsewhere in the world, or our subconscious, right? Our conscious mind doesn't really decide. If I tell you to think of an animal, you might have thought of one just now, but you didn't get to choose what animal. It's your subconscious, right, that produced the animal. So beliefs, often people believe in the God of where they grow up, which is extremely, right, determined, not at all a choice. And then even someone like me who tries to choose a belief system, why did I choose to not believe, right? Did I really make that choice? It was all because of countless things that I didn't have control over, in my opinion.
What convinced you that free will doesn't exist?
Just the logic. I don't see any evidence that free will exists, right? There's no place that I can stand outside of all of these things that I didn't choose, right? And then make a choice. I was surprised to find that I believed in free will when there was no evidence for it. So when that happens, I have to let go of that belief generally.
What have you ruled out? Let's see. Have you ruled out the potential that all these factors can be predetermined?
No,
but you can still have a compatibilistic view of choice or agency, I guess. There's some overlap there.
Right.
What have you ruled out? Have you ruled out any kind of compatibilistic take on it?
No, I'm open to it, but I'm having trouble finding anything other than lack of choice, right? So the closest I've gotten is, if you want to change your own behavior, modify your environment so that your behavior sort of must change, right? And that's a good way to sort of take control of your life. So get off the couch, for example. You can't sit on a couch if you maybe don't own a couch, right? So get rid of your couch. But what made you get rid of your couch, right? There wasn't free will there. So even though you have successfully avoided couch sitting because you got rid of your couch, so great job. Why did you do that, right? If you go backwards in time, it all leads to lack of choice, right? Factors like how you grew up and who your friends are, and things that happened to you that made you decide to get rid of that couch. It's not free will all the way down. by the way, Sam Harris does a good job of propounding this tenet system of no free will. He's the one that brought it to my attention most clearly first. But yeah, I haven't been able to. I'd be eager for any kind of critique of it, but I haven't seen one yet.
What do you define choice as?
So I have like 3 tiers of choice, 3 levels. There's free choice, which I think people believe in typically, which is I can do whatever I want, and I think that is an illusion because none of us have that. It's like I said, if I tell you an animal. Think of an animal, you might think, well, I can think of whatever animal I want, but actually, if you examine it,
right.
you can't. And then there's the middle tier is choice, right? Like sort of typical choice. And yeah, you can choose an animal, and so that one is not free will, but it's making choices in life, right? Mm-hmm. A little bit going.
Choice is choice.
Yeah, it's not very satisfying, but that's what we do every day. And then,
I just mean the definition kind of uses itself. So.
Well, it's
let's back up just a moment.
Not free, yeah.
You have categories of choice, and each of them include the word choice in describing what they are. What is the definition of choice for you?
Well, that's the problem. I don't think there's just one type of choice. That's why I'm breaking it down into 3. But free will, I guess, is the interesting one. That would be something that you get to decide. You really get to make a decision. Yeah, you get to make a decision. And I don't believe in the self either, so that's a problem, right? The you and you get to decide is also, I think, an illusion. So it's all kind of illusions.
The definition of choice, though. So when you say choice is these 3 things, free choice or free will, classic choice, decision, and then what was the third one?
I'm an American, right? People might think that that's a choice, but of course I became an American when I was a child. I didn't really have any choice. So not only did so it's not also an illusion.
That's not a choice.
No, but
that's not even part of the definition of choice, is it?
Right. Well, 2 of them don't exist, and the third one is what we do all the time, the middle tier, and it's not free.
Sorry. So when you say the word choice, how would you define that?
Well, if I want to be kicked out of the party, then I would tell the truth and say, I'm going to make a determination among that I'm going to make, right? It's what I would do. It's not very satisfying to most people. They want to think that I'm choosing among options, but I don't really think we choose among options, even when we think we are choosing among options. No. Our language doesn't really support this very easily.
So the word choice was determining, or I'm sorry, what was it again?
Choice. Mm-hmm.
Choice is determining. Is that correct?
It is making a selection from options. I think that's what most people think.
Selection.
Yeah, that's what most people think.
What is it that you mean?
I think I'm going to do what I would do, right? What my subconscious says, or what based on things I have no control over. So it's my conscious mind is just waiting to get my next line in the script to find out what my subconscious thinks, and the subconscious is not a chooser. It's more like a computation.
Control, then?
What's control?
What does that mean?
Yeah, I think probably an illusion, but it's something that there's a lot of illusions in our lives, obviously, I think. Control is a more gross level of choice, right? If you lose control, then even this illusory level of choice is lost to you. Sorry, most of my beliefs are negative. They're not very exciting.
It's not about that. It's
yeah.
I find it interesting.
We all have a different set of choices that are available to us, but we still have, a variety of choices that we still have agency over. How have we ruled that potential out?
So it's clear that some things are not choices. Like I can't choose to leap a tall building. So there are a limited set of other choices that are physically possible, psychologically possible. But then within those choices, I'm just going to do one thing. And I don't think I really got to have the ability to choose between the possible things. That's my point, right? Within the possible, I think you're going to do what you're going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. By the way, this is very liberating because if you don't believe in this kind of free choice, you can't ultimately weigh people's souls. Someone like Donald Trump is just playing the Trump role in life, and you're playing your role. And I'm grateful that I'm not playing his role, right? I'm grateful I'm not a horrible person.
Who's grateful?
What do you mean by souls?
Well, a soul is, when we get into soul, we get into morality, like if you must have a free will if you're going to, your soul is sort of like, weighed, whether you go to heaven or hell. This kind of, I don't do that with people. I try not to do it. Even if someone's, hates me and wants to kill me, I try to, avoid death and maybe get them arrested. But I also,
try.
Well, I make the choices. I make the choices that I'm going to make.
Are you
right?
sure?
Yeah, I'm sure I make choices, but these are not free choices, right? I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and I try.
Who's going to do what? Who's going to do?
Oh,
you didn't believe in self.
I don't believe. I believe that my self is an illusion. Sure, in the Buddhist sense, you can look that up easily. I have a master's degree in Tibetan Buddhism, and have been a philosophical Buddhist for 30 years. So, long time philosophical Buddhist. But that's not what That's not what I. Free will is the one that I find more interesting. Anyway, you asked me about soul. Again, soul is an illusion, I think. But people like to say, okay, that person's just a bad seed.
Are you afraid of silences and the words I don't know?
Wow.
Is one of those more offensive than the other, or are they both offensive to you?
I like silence.
Interesting.
But I do feel I should respond to questions. Just to be a good guest.
You feel that you should answer knowingly, assertively to every question?
No, but answer.
Interesting.
Respond.
Just to make noise back.
No. The Buddha sometimes did not respond at all when asked a ridiculous question or one that he didn't have an answer for. But I'm not the Buddha.
So when you don't have an answer, you provide one anyways.
Well, I tell you, I don't know. Are you angry at me?
No.
You sound upset.
That's fascinating that you've decided that.
Well, I didn't decide, but I wonder. You sound a little irritated with me. I don't know what I did.
Interesting.
So sorry. It's your live. I didn't mean to offend.
It's interesting that you've decided now to ascribe what my intents and emotions are. But no.
Well, you asked me if I just wanted to respond to make noise. That's fair enough.
And so I asked about the pattern.
Okay.
And it seems to be that you, like, why did you request up here? To see if we would challenge your determinism.
I thought it was an interesting belief to see if it could be poked at. I want it to be challenged.
You want it to be challenged?
Yeah.
Are you capable of challenging it?
I mean, I try all the time, but
What is the best critique you have of this worldview?
I have none. That's why I came up.
So then you're not capable of questioning it.
No, not necessarily. Maybe I'll do it today.
So you're hoping that others will do this for you then?
This is the first time I've asked others, but I guess so. Yeah.
How old is this guest again? I apologize.
59.
59. Interesting.
Yeah. Why?
You have the nervous behavior of someone half your age.
I think I did upset you.
I think your assertions...
You haven't upset me, but your assertions are very interesting. It's almost like you think that by, I don't know, by talking about my emotions in some way you'll provoke one, but it's not. Like it's kind of strange.
That's an interesting assertion.
Fascinating.
I'm fascinated as well.
So really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and thank Deftone Dude, Ketchup, KD, Donna B. Yellow, also Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Also, thank you to everybody for tapping the screen up 115,000 times and the 87 shares. All those help get us out to the FYP. And who knows, maybe get somebody who's actually got a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that, and is curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. Who knows, maybe they might even come in and be capable of questioning and request up and actually be respectful to the space in that way. But for now, we've still got 0.
All right.
Does anybody else have a question?
That was a little passive aggressive, so I'm going to step down. But thank you for your time.
Fascinating.
That was nothing but
Victim out the door.
okay.
That was so weird.
Everybody watch out. There's a victim coming through. Give him space.
He had no choice.
Damn it, he proved himself right.
It was interesting that he kept trying to assert that I was having an emotional reaction rather than hearing what I was saying. A shift in focus.
I think if he would have taken a moment to hear what you were saying, then he could have articulated his position a lot better. it almost seemed like he was, scrambling for a bunch of words to describe.
Well, as soon as I point out that there's a behavior that's like interfering with the conversation, defenses usually skyrocket. So I think that's what that was. But I've never heard of a master's degree in Tibetan Buddhism in a single.
Where did you go to school for that?
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I didn't know that was a.
That, obviously.
Yeah, I'm the fucking idiot. Tibet, clearly. I'm the fucking moron. That was a stupid question for me.
I just didn't know that was a degree, but like I'm sure that there's studies of,
Yeah, I'm sure there's studies. Yeah, I'm grumpier than I was earlier.
Yeah, we do need to move forward. We don't want to linger on berating anybody. Catch up. That is a good point. If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, do go ahead and request up. We're not here to berate you. We're not here to burgle your gods. We don't want to make anyone look like a fool. That's really not the goal. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs genuinely, honestly, and respectfully. That is the goal.
We're not here to rate your Buddha.
I've really got to get a better monitoring system. My wife was leaving for work today. I stepped away. I don't know if anybody noticed. I'm sneaky sometimes. But I stepped away and she told me to turn my music down. She's like, it's too loud in the audience. I can barely hear it right now, but I'm worried now that it's too loud.
There have been a few times that it's been a little on the upside of things, but like where it is now seems kind of perfect. Like it's just in the background.
Oh, it jumped into a song. Yeah, it should be right now, but I don't know. I might need to look into some alternative setup.
It's a common little trick in mixing music in a video is, once you've mixed everything down with the fancy reference monitors and with subwoofers, without subwoofers at a really, different volumes and so on and so forth. Once you get a comfortable mix, it's good to have just a single tiny little mono speaker to listen to the mix through, because that'll tell you the truth.
Yeah, that tells you what most people are going to hear when they listen to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to use an earbud as a monitor for the like the overall what's going out. But then I have to hear myself echo, well, delayed by like a half second. That makes getting any thoughts out extremely difficult.
Oh yeah.
But whether you find it difficult or not, we are going to do our best to be patient. If you can question your beliefs, just hit one of those boxes down there, or the pink and blue people next to the chat. Either way, you'll find your way up to the panel, and we will find a few questions for you. And if you've been questioned before, if you can question your beliefs, and we've questioned you here, then, you can do that. Right there above me, I'm trying to look up stiff neck. That. Question the questioner. It's that time. If you have any questions for me. They're gonna make me do it, aren't they?
Some lively tunes, perhaps?
I think that's what they're gonna make me do.
Sounds like you don't have a choice.
Okay. Well, I guess if you're gonna make me do it, if you do have a belief in one of those godlike things, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and hit the request buttons there, and come join us up here. But in the meantime, keep tapping the screen, keep sharing the live, and we'll be back with a guest in a moment.
shadows shine. Here comes the bones of the Batcolyte. Thrayle in the night with a skelly man grin. Low voice rolling makes you lean right in. Witty and wise with the calm, cool style. Quietly funny with the curious smile. He questions hard but won't debate. Chooses understanding over hate. No burgled beliefs, just thoughtful sparks. Inquisitive minds meeting in the dark. Bones aglow in the soft green light. Building a home in the edge of the night. No nonsense, well maybe a bit. A sideways joke and a clever quip. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Strange and kind and glowing in the night. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Where the weird and wonderful all unite. Deep voice low when the mood feels right. Questions rise and the minds take flight. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Founder of a crowd where the misfits fit. Open to all and proud of it. Curious, chill, measured, kind. Big, weird heart and a brilliant mind. Sometimes he dodges, lets the moment breathe. Lets folks think before he shows his teeth. Poems like thunder, soft but grand. Wisdom and wonder go hand in hand. Horse dogs stomping by the old shed door. Deep night thinking always leaves you wanting more. He'll welcome strangers, he'll make them friends, all while questioning where the sidewalk ends. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Strange and kind and glowing in the night. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. When the mood feels right, questions rise and the minds take flight. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Definitely not a puppet, no. If he says it, it must be so. Bones lit up with a violet hue. Head bobbing along to our favorite tunes. A false memory pulled out of the air. It's Berenstain, not Berenstain Bears. He'll question all but won't question that. So I guess we'll just be fine with that. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Strange and kind and glowing in the night. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Where the weird and wonderful all unite. Deep voice low when the mood feels right. Questions rise and the minds take flight. Welcome to the Batcolyte. When the dark gets deep and you need a light, you can find your people in the Batcolyte. If you're curious, take a seat. Batcolyte. In the darkness we meet. Can you question your beliefs?
There's a quiet in the room tonight, like something's waiting to be named. I've been holding on to borrowed truths, but they don't feel the same. You lean back like you've seen it all, like doubt's a well you drink from slow. And I'm standing on the edge of it, just asking what you know. I don't need a final answer, just something I can hold. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm tracing out the fault lines between what's true and what we're told. Do you ever feel it slipping, like the ground won't stay consistent, like belief is just a place we go? And you say, sit with the question, don't rush to fill the space. So I ask you one thing at a time and hope you critically think. You say certainty's a heavy crown and doubt's a lighter way to live. But I've seen people build their homes on things they won't forgive. And I don't know if I want that, or if I'm just scared of none. Is it braver to keep searching, or to say you found the one? You smile like it's familiar, like you've walked this road before. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm knocking on a door frame, but I'm not sure what's inside. Do you ever miss the answers, even if they weren't the right ones, just the place you used to hide? And you say, sit with the question, let it echo, let it stay. So I ask you one thing at a time and drift your way. If I let it all unravel, who am I without the threat? If I question every sacred thing, does sacred lose its meaning? Do you think there's something listening, or just silence dressed as peace? Or is asking all we get? You don't answer right away, you never really do. Just say, what do you believe? And hand it back like truth. So I ask you one thing at a time, though I'm scared of what I'll find in the spaces in between. Is it faith or is it habit? Is it comfort? Is it panic? Is it something I've just seen? And you say, stay in the question. Doubt is where we grow. So I ask you one thing at a time. Together we understand more about what we do not know.
Got a quiet little table in the corner by the bar, where the questions pour like whiskey and the truth walks in unstarred. I'm picking heaven's lot, just a curious kind of stranger, tapping gently on the box. So come on up and join the panel palette. Slide your stories in the light. I won't burgle any gods you're holding, I just wanna see if they survive the night. Lay your answers on the table, or say nothing if you fall. 'Cause I don't know is a fine confession, it might be the truest one of all. You can bring your saints and sages, You can bring your private prayers. We'll hang them on the coat rack with our worries and our stares. Every creak can take a shiver. Every faith can feel a chill. If it trembles when we touch it, tell me, was it ever really still? So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your certainties feel small. I won't shake the sky just to be clever. I just want to see what stands, what falls. Lay your answers on the table or leave fingerprints installed. 'Cause I don't know is a sweet surrender. It might be the truest one of all. I'm not here to steal your Sunday or the stories that you trust. I just dust them in the doorway, see what's diamond, what is dust. When the last defense is silence, when the brightest words grow dim, maybe doubt's a kind of chapel, and the question is a hymn. So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your sacred shadows crawl. I won't pick the pockets of your heaven. I just want to see if it can hold us all. Lay your answers on the table or let uncertainty stand tall. 'Cause I don't know, in a smoky whisper might be the truest line of all.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Ketchup, Hazelnut, and Heretical Apothecary for those songs. Though Ketchup's a Berenstain Bears isn't a questionable thing. I mean, it's not that. Why would you question that? Yeah, right there. Pretty sure you could fact check that.
I would like to say that out of all the songs that I've made over, I don't know, since we started, that last one is just probably my top. I love that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Join Me at the Panel is probably one of my favorites. And the one before it, Hazelnuts, is, well, it hits a chord with me. I like it.
Yeah, I love that one. I didn't know Hazel wrote that one. That's great. I love that one too. I know a lot of people, they post the songs in the Discord that's in the links in the Batcolyte or Thrayle's bios. That I see everybody post it. I'm like, but I don't want to hear it now. I want to hear it on panel, or I want to hear it when it's played naturally in the live. That's what I like to do. Even though I'll catch myself singing the Hawaii-Fi or the what's it, the one Morgan did, the cat, the keeper and the questioner. That's one of my favorites too.
Very specific conditions must be met for that song.
Absolutely, that's understandable, but that's just one of my favorites. I'll be anywhere and I'll just be singing that off the top of my head.
Ketchup and Mustard are both questioning the Berenstain thing. How do you question a rift in a timeline? How do you fact check a rift in a timeline? I mean, I don't know, but can you question that a rift even occurred? What is it that would cause you to commit to a rift in time and space rather than a likely association with familiar names and one kid's book name specifically designed the way it is?
Coupled with faulty memories and power of suggestion.
I mean, no ketchup. I haven't played those paired yet, but I will eventually. I do like them, and it is a good pairing.
I do like those as well. That's a pretty good pairing. The mustard and ketchup wrote that.
Those are both mustard. Yeah,
both those are mustard. I really like those. You played it the other day when I was going to work, and I was like, okay. The wordplay is just something I always admire. I love that.
Oh, and yeah, by the way, Heretical, Request on Up is one of my favorites too. It like when I'm on mute, I'm just noodling along on my guitar, and it's my favorite one to play along with.
I appreciate that, man. It's I do it for fun and entertainment. I just like hearing as long as everybody enjoys it, that's all I care about.
It's a fun one.
Even though my first one is one of those ones that gets played only in certain ceremony when the WTF screen flies up.
Oh yeah, yeah. That one did get played earlier too. Rav earned it, and Blake. You know what you did.
Actually, I kind of forget what I did already.
I don't remember either now.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm sitting here trying to remember and I don't remember.
I did play it. What the fuck are we talking about, though?
I mean, if it's Blake earned it.
I remember because I was just about to play the Phantom of the Batcolyte, and Rav started saying something. I don't remember what he said, but he just started saying something that was totally off topic in the silence right before the song played. So I very quickly paused the music, and while it was paused, Blake and Rav kind of escalated into this other topic. I still don't remember what it was, because I was pulling up what the fuck are we talking about, so I could swap the screen and play the song.
That's amazing.
That's right, Dancing in Duality. If it wasn't for that crashing of space-time continuum, how does that happen? does that even mean?
Dancing in duality. There is a song about that. Don't test him.
I saw that dancing. It's probably the most respectful comment Jose's ever left in the live. And it still comes off as disrespectful. What's really unfortunate is that we don't have anybody with a belief, or someone who's questioned their own belief before with a question for me. Oh, well, I take that back. Maybe we do have someone with a belief that needs questioning.
Hey, I've been questioned. I've got questions for you.
How do you spell Berenstain?
Berenstein.
Have you ever owned one of the books?
Yeah, but you asked how I spell it.
I see. Why do you choose to misspell a word that is clearly spelled in a popular book series.
It is a popular book series. I'll agree with that. If I were to pick out one of those books now, I would agree with you that it is an A. Mm-hmm.
So then why would you spell it differently?
There's quite a few things from my childhood that I feel may be a little different now than they were back then. And sure, group, collective, consciousness, herd mentality, misremember. There's a whole lot of reasons for it, but like, I'm just going to hold on to this belief because I saw it with my own eyes.
Saw what with your own eyes?
The Berenstein Bears. It was when I was learning to read. It was formidable years. I watched the videos. I read the books.
How old were you?
I'm 39 now.
How old were you?
Less than 39. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to think back when it was. Mid 90s. I was 10, between 5 and 10 probably when I was reading the books the most. Maybe it was 6 to 7, I think. Oh, yeah, 6 or 7 probably.
Do you think it is possible that you'd mix that word up with other words from other books?
I wasn't.
At 6.
I don't think I was reading Stain and Stein that much as a kid. I mean, R.L. Stein was a book that I read. I read a lot of his books, but maybe it was the R.L. Stein Bears or something like that. I've got questions.
I know. I just thought I'd give you a little shit before you did. Go for it.
I am a little shit. Hello, panel. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
And question. First question I wrote it down. This has to do with questioning. Hi, Huggy. If you ever would find, quote unquote, the answer, would you trust it or suspect the question?
What does it mean, the answer?
Well, I feel like we're all looking for an answer.
Why do you feel that way?
Well, because in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, everybody was looking for the answer.
Are you sure everybody was?
There was quite a few of us, them. Okay, that's a better question. Do you think that everybody out there is looking for an answer?
I don't know.
Nice. And this was about the determinism one earlier. If your choices define you, then what defines your choices?
Who said your choices define you? If your choices define you, I don't know. This is seems like a logic puzzle missing some pieces.
Dang it. Okay. Do you feel like when it comes to the matters of faith, that doubt is more important or certainty?
Sorry, repeat the first part of that. I'll just repeat it.
Oh, in matters of faith. In matters of faith, is doubt more important or is certainty?
In matters of faith.
When determining what to believe, is it more important to question it or to be certain about it?
To question it. But when you said in matters of faith, the wording of that is strange.
Sorry. Rephrase it for me.
Yeah. Well, you did. You did rephrase it. And so your second one, when it comes to choosing what to believe or not, I would say doubt is more important, but I would also wonder if you think you'd choose your beliefs.
I'm not getting on the determinism train. That's not for me to determine.
Are you saying that fate?
Well,
I'm sorry.
I don't
I'm
even think
curious.
choosing belief has to do with determinism directly. Like it doesn't have to. It can, but it doesn't have to directly lead to. But go ahead, Everlasting.
I was curious. Are you saying that faith either implies doubt or certainty?
To clarify, I was just more asking. I feel like when it comes to belief, it starts with curiosity, and then it feels like for a lot of people it will turn into a certainty. And once it becomes a certainty, it feels less like there's room for doubt. And that was more so the backbone of that. That was the skeletal spine of that question. I feel like we're playing silence chicken right now.
Was it? Were you waiting for an answer?
Oh, I thought I was answering Everlasting. That I was kind of just reclarifying my question. Was it my turn?
No, I just wanted to know kind of where I was trying to kind of see what the question implied. That does it necessitate doubt or certainty, or is it something else? Is it because honestly I don't really understand faith, and I'm being sincere about that. I really don't understand what people mean when they say that. I use different words to describe how I might apply something like that to my life, and that's trust, confidence, priors, so on and so forth. So I'm kind of curious what people mean by faith when they describe it.
With faith by any other name, it's not as sweet. I was trying to just go with the most generalized, what would be colloquialism for what we've talked about on this panel since we talk about beliefs and faith. But sure, trust, and I agree with you. I have a hard time kind of rationalizing why people have such hard set beliefs.
Do you want help?
Do I want help?
Good morning, Deathless. Can you remind us your age for TikTok teens?
Sure, 46. So, do you have a significant other?
Do I have a significant
other?
No,
the gentleman who was speaking about faith not knowing what it meant. I don't know who was saying it.
Oh, yeah, that's me. That's me. I'm one of those people. I have a significant other right here. Say hello.
Is your significant other faithful to you?
She is loyal to me, and yeah, we worship each other in a way. If you want to go there, yeah.
Are you faithful to her?
Oh, yeah.
Then you understand what faith is.
Really quick.
That's all that it means.
Before this turns into Deathless teaches the panel, is that why you requested up? Was just to kind of...
Yes. So there are different definitions of faith. And unfortunately, what happens is that the Orthodox and the Catholic...
Is that why you requested? I asked a question.
Yeah.
Did you just request up to kind of say what faith is and teach up what you think faith is?
Yes. and I'll be gone in about 2 minutes. So there are two different definitions.
Fascinating.
That was
The last 2 minutes.
I didn't even get my timer out.
This is not your TED Talk. Learn to respect other people. Quit asserting your dominance on people. It's fucking disgusting. Grow up. Sorry, that needed to be said.
Y'all coming in and stepping on my dude's bone couch. Fucking quit.
I wasn't trying to be argumentative about the word faith or loyalty or...
No, he just came to give a TED Talk. He doesn't respect this place or its purpose.
Yeah, that was like the sovereign citizen equivalent of apologetics.
That was wild. You keep saying that's projection, Thrayle. You're projecting, Thrayle.
I'm projecting that I don't respect my own life. That's rich, coming from the only Baha'i I've ever known to get thrown out. Sad.
Wait, that brings up questions. Who? You got thrown out?
No. The guy who just got kicked off panel.
Oh, I was like, I thought you were saying that you got kicked out of the Baha'i faith. I was like...
It takes a lot, doesn't it?
It's probably the only cease and desist letter they ever composed, is my guess.
Wait, Deathless got thrown out? I'm so confused. This is going over my head right now.
That's the word on the street.
Oh, okay. Que interesante.
The truth is I'm the one who projected all of this because I seen it coming.
It was determined to be that way. I'm not staying up for very long. I was just coming up for a couple of questions. Wasn't trying to make anybody upset. I went to...
upset anybody, Ketchup. Not at all. I appreciate you and your questions.
I'm going to make some room for some other guests to come in here. And I see Philly's here. Philly, take my spot. Okay, bye.
Appreciate you, Ketchup.
I also have to go and take that drop because I have human things to go do.
Human things?
Yeah. I had to go put on the leather outfit and go do something.
Enjoy your humaning. Human. But if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're actually curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. And if you've been questioned before, if you actually can question your beliefs, and you've done that right here on this stage, then this is your opportunity to turn the tables. And I will take your questions and answer them to the best of my ability, if I can.
Hey pal, how are you?
Doing great, Wild. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yep, I'm 31. We spoke the other day and I said a bad word and you said that like we couldn't talk about that because of... And I wanted to apologize for that. I just feel bad that I said that word. I'm just hoping that we can move past that because I did have really some good points to talk to you about.
Interesting. Did you come back to question your beliefs, Wild?
I did, yes.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do have a belief in a higher God, but it's not necessarily one that... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, you were about to say it's not necessarily. Is it not necessarily one from a religious...
Well, it's just not necessarily like one faithful God that I have. It's more or less like I believe that there is a creator. I believe that there is somebody there that, you know, like this couldn't have been crafted from nothing. I mean, look in front of you. You're on your phone. Like this couldn't be nothing. It can't be.
Okay, so I'm on my phone. What does that have to do with...
Well, I just think that it's a difficult thing to just say this happened randomly. Do you know what I mean?
What does a phone have to do with things and being random? And
Well,
why is random the alternative to your conclusion?
I'm trying to figure you out, but you're very difficult, and I like that. I guess I just don't. Why do you not understand what I? You must understand what I mean, or do you just continue to question me because that's like the point of the show?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes to both of those.
D, all of the above.
Right.
Yes.
So
okay.
You came up to question your beliefs, right?
I did. Yes.
Are you capable of that?
I am. Yes, I am.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm capable of. You know, I grew up in a Christian household.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
Well, to question my beliefs is just to look deeper, and actually, you know, question why you believe in such a thing. And why I believe in such a thing is because I don't know if it was because I was taught that from a young age, or if because I just am doing that for comfort. It's difficult to exactly say why.
How is it comforting to believe that something made everything with a purpose?
Do you mind if I asked you a question?
I just asked you a question.
I know,
I've
but...
done is stop talking over me. Every time I've asked you a question so far, you've redirected with a question back at me. Can you answer any of them?
Sure. Give me the question one more time, please, and I'll give you a straight answer.
How is it comforting to believe that something created everything with purpose?
I mean, because it's I don't know where I'm gonna go after death, I guess. Hey man, I don't really like you, so maybe we should end this. I don't really like you very much, so. Did you hear that, Cat Pal?
I did hear that. You've made a choice.
Yeah,
Don't worry. You won't be back.
Yeah, whatever. Block me, bitch.
Yeah, that was a very strange ending.
How odd.
Reminder, that was the person who said the ableist slur on here the other day.
Oh.
My finger was on the block button until the last minute, and then I had to bring it back up again because I thought we were having a decent conversation and they had taken responsibility. Yeah, I thought there was something growth, but then strange turn.
Sometimes I wonder if people like that do you think he's really afraid of death, or is he afraid of life?
His shadow. Yeah. What an odd morning.
It was the scales balancing because we had so many good conversations last night.
That must have been it. Had to have, unquestioningly, been a balancing. Or was it just some random bullshit? Goatman wants to know if I'm interested in metaethics. I mean, sometimes, maybe a little bit, but for the most part, unless it's relating to God or gods or something like that, I find it changes the tone. The show just kind of drags to a crawl while we all define determinism, or well, in this case, objectivity and subjectivity and good, bad, and it really gets tedious, and nobody's really questioning anything. It just becomes debates of certainty over semantics. It's weird. Says the talking skeleton.
Kat needs to wake back up so we can experiment on her. Would either of you like to be experimented on?
Sure, I'll bite.
Okay, so it's kind of a couple questions. You'll give your answer, and then to both of them, and then I'll tell you afterwards. So you might want a pen and paper for this first one.
He didn't give me any of that. He just said, here's the thing.
Well, that's because sometimes I have to just like ask for forgiveness with you to get us into the topic, and then you just roll with it. So if you don't try and segue to something else, I know that you have forgiven me and are interested enough to keep going.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So you have 4 cards. Each card has a number on one side and a color on the other side. Or like the sides that you can see are 3, 8, a blue card, and a red card. Which card or cards must be turned over to test the idea and show
that if there's an even number on one face, then the opposite face is blue.
Say that last sentence again.
Yeah, which cards must you turn over to test the rule that if a card shows an even number on one side, the opposite face is blue? So basically you're trying to test the rule
Hang
if
on,
it's even.
hang on.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
hang on. Just shush. And what were the cards again? 3, 8.
Yeah. 3, 8, blue, and red.
The 3 and the red.
Okay.
Interesting.
So the next question is, you still have 4 cards.
Okay.
Each card has an age on one side and a drink on the other. The cards you see are, you have a 16, 35, there's a soda, and a beer on the other two. Which cards must be turned over to test the idea that if you're drinking alcohol, then you must be over 18?
Um, 35 and beer.
Yep. So this is an experiment around showing how when logic is in a social setting, we have like an innate ability to figure it out. But when logic is purely abstract, it is very difficult for us to like innately figure it out. And so the answer to the first one is that you have to turn over the 8 and the red card. And they are the exact same like logic problem, but it is so much more difficult to just intuit the first one than the second one.
Hearing it twice.
Or I mean the second one than the first one.
Yeah, hearing it twice, I heard the answer was obvious on the first one in the wording. And the second time, I feel like it was still a bar, but I feel like the question was completely different.
Yeah, I like put you in a bar, but I think I made it more.
There was a 16-year-old, and I had to chase him out. And... I do like it, though. I do like the experiment. When I look at it this way, it makes a lot more sense.
No, I did not come up with this experiment myself, Petal. It's called the Watson selection task. And it is, this book that I'm reading calls it either the microscope of like human decision making or the Rubik's Cube, and we don't know which.
Meaning it might be a very powerful tool, or it might just be a useless toy.
Yeah, there's been like 60 years of science on it, and we're still trying to determine. if it's useful or not.
I wonder if on an individual basis it might be useful in modifying that thinking. In recognizing the propensity to exclude the factors that you do.
Yeah, that's the thing about being a learning and social organism. You don't have to just rely on what you're innately capable of. You can learn from others and improve
But
in the
is
future.
improvement a choice? Before I open that can of worms, thank you so much to Bree, Father Henny, also Donna B. Yellow, Cat the Witch, and Everlasting Godstopper. You guys are amazing. And I guess, we're absent a believer at the moment, so I can go ahead and start preparing a poem, but I think we've got time if there's anybody who's got a belief in a god or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning, curious enough at least, then go ahead and request up.
Yeah, it's really more a logic puzzle than an experiment, but this is the exact right group of people to ask them if they want to be experimented on. Then y'all will be like, yes, please.
I can be part of a science? Yes.
It's used in studies, but I haven't had anybody sign any forms, and so for legal reasons.
So I think you're okay.
I would have to double check, but I think there's an exception for collecting data in a public forum, but I would have to double check that. And I don't know if this counts.
Yeah, it depends on the type of data and if you're storing it or not.
Yeah, I think it would depend also if you were passively collecting data on what people are doing versus asking them questions.
So my question is confirming the positive or confirming the negative on the first experiment. Which one takes importance over the other in the logic puzzle?
It's
because
kind
you said the answer was confirming the negative, would have been turning over the red and the odd number. That's the correct choice, right? Isn't that what you said?
It is the 8 card and the red card.
Oh, so one of each. So you'd be confirming both the positive and the negative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most people think about confirming the positive. Most people don't think about confirming the negative. Yeah, because that's another big conclusion of it, is that most people don't think about checking against the rule that they're trying to see if because if the 3 card is blue, that doesn't violate the rule, because you're just checking if the rule against the even numbers. And if the red card is not blue, it violates the rule, so you're done. If the blue card is odd or even, that doesn't violate the rule. Because the blue color is not exclusive to even numbers. And then if the red card is even, it violates the rule.
Well, I mean, is it that time? I think it might be. I mean, there's a poem thing there. Hello, Hannah. Good to see you. There's a poem thing there. It's already, and I mean, it's late. Well, not late, but early, and nobody believes anything anymore, apparently. Except Blake. Blake believes in experimenting on his friends in public.
I asked you guys first.
With consent. Yes, true.
It's not my fault what worms y'all bite on. I would do the same thing, just to be clear and fair.
Worms are for the birds, and birds aren't real. So, what does that tell us about worms? Come back, everlasting.
He fell down. Right. We have a runner. This is what they do, folks.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what answer I gave for the card the first time I heard it. I definitely got it wrong, but I don't remember how I got it wrong.
I want to blame you for the wording, but I definitely eliminated the red as needing to be observed, and then said, well, I need to choose the 8.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, I think that only like 4% of people get it correct on the first try.
Well, I wonder what percentage of our audience has a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and can question that belief. Probably a pretty high percentage, at least to the latter half. But if you meet both of those criteria and you've never been up here before, well, we might have some questions for you. And if you've been questioned and you can question your beliefs well, you can always come up just to question the questioner now, in that event, of course. But if I don't see a request, I think in the next, let's say, 6 minutes, that's not that long, I'm probably going to go ahead and just get set up for the poem and call it a day. I mean, we want to be back here tonight to do this, right?
Every night if we can help it.
Hell yeah. Hello, DX. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 36. Make me feel old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I'm actually atheist. I won't take up too much of your time. I just see a lot of people rock up here and enjoy your live stream and just wanted to spread some love.
Well, I appreciate you, DX.
Well, thanks, mate. Thank you. Cool gimmick too, the skeleton. I like it. Very cool.
What's a gimmick?
That's him.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for having me up. Have a good night, everybody, or evening, or afternoon, or morning, whatever it is.
Appreciate you, DX. Yep.
Thanks, mate. See you later.
Have a great night. Take care.
Thrayle.
Did they pull you down with them?
Jesus.
You can't pull the trapdoor lever when you're on top of the trapdoor.
Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever.
That was definitely a wrong lever moment. Dang it! I should have gone for
it. Are you okay? Did you hurt anything?
I bounced right back up.
Oh, good.
Oh man, I didn't request up fast enough to steal the seat.
Not quite. Good morning, Philly. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
A wet, slippery floor from a messy experiment, everlasting. You blaming Blake?
Good morning.
Good morning, Soul. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh yeah, you gone 60.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I have. I do. I think we talked before together. I live now in South America. I don't live more in England, so it's just for your information.
So which god is it you believe in?
I cannot name it. There is a higher craft I believe in, but I don't have a name for it.
I gotta say, so you've got a lot of background noise. It sounds like we're in the middle of a bus stop.
No, I'm in the airport. I'm really sorry. No, it's
an airport.
No, it's stopping. It's stop again. It's just every 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm really sorry about this.
So
it's now more quiet, is it? So
it's not very quiet. No, it's just all of the background noises coming through.
Look, if it's too loud for you, I join you later again. I go in my apartment and then there's quiet. I'm really sorry about this.
Let's try
I don't want to disturb with the noise.
We might still be here.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Toaster. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thanks. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
I did have a question.
I thought you might.
Actually, for anybody, does anybody know teach a cat how to smoke?
I was worried it was going to be about beaks coming out of the sink or something. Why would you want to teach a cat to smoke, Barfing Toaster?
Well, because I'm working on a little, two-man show where my cat is Andrew Dice Clay, and I'm the curator of that type of thing.
My God, thank goodness, because I thought the cat had cancer for a second, and I was so much more concerned than I needed to be.
I provide this with admiration, Toaster.
So I already have the jacket and the little pompadour and the jeans and stuff and I haven't my cat she'll wear them, I think, she's pretty calm, but I just feel like it's not Andrew Dice Clay without the cigarette.
Does it have to be lit?
Well, it would definitely, add some theatrical effect if she could actually smoke it.
Does she want to learn?
Well, Andrew Dice Clay is her favorite comedian, so I think she'd be on board.
Why don't you ask the cat?
Can we talk to the cat about this?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
testing says just CGI a burning ember and smoke in post. That can't be that hard, right?
No, not at all. Why would that be hard?
It just sounds a little more expensive. That's all.
I mean, to the cat, is a little CGI more expensive than its lungs?
Oh, whatever. She's gonna be dead in 6 years anyway.
I mean, Effie's enabling you. I know. They make catnip things that look like it. So you could always just do a catnip cigarette and not light it. Or it feels wrong to give you suggestions.
Well, it's a good thing I'm joking then.
Right.
Are you, though?
The world may never know.
I did the same thing in my brain.
Yeah, come off mute and be quiet for a second. We got to make sure that there's no like cat coughs going on in the background.
I feel like I never know with you if it's serious or not.
I seem to get that a lot, actually. Like, sometimes people know whenever I'm being funny and trying to, like, get people to laugh. And then other times people will just hear me say something and they're like, oh my God, that's horrific.
I don't think I've ever had the oh my God, that's horrific reaction to you. Sometimes I've rolled my eyes, but usually it's hilarious.
Well, good. Then that means it's working. I guess the only other thing I wanted to mention was last night while I was sleeping with your show playing in my ear, I had a dream where I was a butternut squash named Mr. Pringus. And Mr. Pringus's job was he worked in a factory where it appeared as though the whole point of the factory was to round up maybe 1 or 2 inch tall human beings, and then we shoved them in a big hopper and it would grind them up into this juice, and we all drank the juice.
Look.
I feel like I was supposed to cut him off halfway through, but I wanted to know where it was going.
I did too, but then I regretted that curiosity.
Well, curiosity probably faster than smoking. Andrew Dice Cat. Thank you,
my God.
Barfing Toaster.
No.
Appreciate you. Big W's, and I mean big ones for Barfing Toaster. Thank you. We needed that. We do have I thought we had one more request, but I think they fell into the ether. I mean, the thing that was debunked like 100 years ago, not the other thing. So maybe they did that too. I'm not here to judge. I just am here to see if you can question your beliefs in like God-like stuff. And if you can, well then, there's boxes up here and pink and blue people next to the comments, and all those, if you click them, are great ways to find your way up here. But if we don't have somebody soon, what we do this time, we did 6 minutes last time, it went really quick. If we don't have somebody here in the next 5 minutes or so, yeah, then I'll go ahead and read the poem. Should I make a ticking clock sound?
I mean, if the Jeopardy theme wasn't copyright written.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you probably come up with some kind of analog that's really close. Why do I feel like when Barfing Toaster starts a nursery rhyme like Hickory Dickory Dock, it's gonna end like the Aristocat?
It's just Toaster, and that's why we love him.
Well, I guess, I mean, we've got a couple minutes left, but did any of you have any questions for the questioner before the end?
I have a question for the questioner.
Go for it.
Do you think that asking people if they can question their beliefs ever helps them to question their beliefs?
I don't know, but I hope it does.
Mm-hmm. I've heard you talk before about different ways of getting somebody to question their beliefs. What do you find to be most effective?
Do you mean as like a method or a particular topic?
I was thinking method, but now I'm curious about the answer to both.
I should have known better than to present options. Okay. I mean, it's really case by case, but for the most part, if someone is willing to question their beliefs, usually ask them open-ended questions about problems that they haven't considered. Some people already are questioning like a specific thing and they want to focus on that. And I'll sometimes bite, but I prefer to find an angle where they're not already trying to come up with apologetics or excuses. As far as the other half goes, I mean, that might be, it ties in, it might be why you see me go for what can become very tired directions, like Genesis 1 and 2.
Do you ever see somebody come up that you have determined is not is not behaving in a way in keeping with questioning their beliefs, that then the conversation can be turned around and they can question their beliefs?
Yes, yes, I have, and I'd venture to say that that's rarer than I would like, but I have seen it.
What precipitates that change?
That is a great question, and one that I wish I knew the answer to. Sometimes I think usually what it is the recognition that we're not in it to win, that we're not here to fight. Sometimes it's the recognition that they're not either. They need to allow the defenses to come down. I imagine there's other factors.
What would you say is the value of questioning people who are already questioning?
I don't know that people who can question, that respond to this prompt positively, are already questioning. They might sometimes think that, yes, I can do that, and then realize that they can't or can through the exercise. And even that's temporary, can't right now. Aren't willing to, is probably a better way to put it. But, oh, I lost.
How would you, the question was, how would you articulate what the value of questioning somebody who is already questioning their beliefs?
It helps to expand the questions being asked, the directions from which you can examine it. If you're already willing, you're already open to potentially being wrong about, this problem over here. Well, then if there's a problem over here, well, it might correlate. It might help you connect a reason or more questions.
Do you think that somebody can have a high degree of certainty in a belief and still be able to question it?
A high degree, yes. Absolute, probably not. But a high degree of certainty. Yeah, I have a high degree of certainty that I exist. I feel like I am capable of questioning that. I have other fairly high degrees of certainty. I can't think of one where I'm not willing to question that. I think there's a certain point where we either convince ourselves or somehow gain something that we call certainty. And I think when we come to that 10 toes down, 100% attitude, whether or not we actually feel that way, the questioning is going to either fall flat or feel like an attack.
Can a question feel like an attack and still be in the pursuit of questioning?
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of them will feel like attacks if you want them to, if you're looking for it.
Do you ever ask a question with the intention of it feeling like an attack?
Yes, to destabilize the defensiveness sometimes. And yeah, I think if I'm doing it with that intention, that would be why. It is to see what putting them on the back foot does. But it would be an attack either on the idea or belief, not the concept behind it, not the feeling they have, or an attack. I hate to use that word, but on the attitude they're presenting to the question, the defensiveness, the anger, or the circularity. Calling it an attack, it feels weird though. But yeah, sometimes it can be seen that way. It might be. I might even call it that. If I'm targeting the defensiveness, is that an attack? Maybe.
How do you navigate the letting somebody give a nuanced answer with somebody who seems to only want to monologue?
Sometimes sloppily, admittedly. But usually I'm trying to hear if they're anywhere near the point, if they're anywhere near responding to the question, or if it's the third or fifth or I don't know, some higher number time that they've done the same thing. Where a question seemingly looking for a direct answer is met with a circuitous, sort of, vague story that goes nowhere near the point or an answer.
Does cutting people off, do you use cutting people off as a tactic to destabilize?
I think I do. I think I also want to clarify or redirect to either the point of the question being asked or use a follow-up on a point that they made at the beginning of their answer, to illustrate something that might be lost if they continue on their long journey. Do I ever use the music volume to subtly move the guest along? That's a great question, Kat. Do I ever? Yes, I have. Not a regular thing, but sometimes. That's not a bad idea to do it more often, though.
It's context dependent.
Yes. Yeah, there are certain instances where it might make sense to let the music interrupt them rather than me. Or add a little pressure to land whatever plane, make whatever point. I do have to hand it to you, Philly, though. Those are really good questions. And 30 minutes went by like nothing.
She has that effect.
Yes, she does. I don't know if you heard the 7-minute song that Heretical made for you yesterday.
No.
It was 7 minutes.
I will have to look for that on the Discord.
Very appreciative song.
Oh.
I'll get you a copy. I don't know if it's on the...
Oh, okay.
I can ask him to send you a copy, Philly.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Okay.
7 minutes.
It was, I started playing it and then I realized, like, it's very, it's a very appreciative song of you.
Of me?
I realized, yeah, and I realized about halfway through that it was 7 minutes long. This is still going. 4 minutes in. And we still have a whole 3 minutes. They do that, like, he's got an 8-minute song and a 7-minute song. And I went to try to get the thing to make me an 8-minute song. I thought that would be great because I just keep putting in things like, extended performance when I'm doing these backing tracks. Go with them longer. And I put in my prompt, like extended performance or something like that. So I tried this time with like 8-minute, and I ended up with 6 2-minute songs in a row. It doesn't matter what I put. I just get what I get. No, ketchup. I said 6-2. which is still short by Thrayle standards, and Philly standards. 6'2".
Is short? Oh, it is short. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Add another 10 inches.
I like it. I like how you had to remember you were 7 feet tall for a moment there.
I was literally thinking about 6 2-minute songs. I'm like, I have a standard for length of songs? I remembered how tall I was immediately as soon as I realized we were talking about how tall people are.
You say you know. Well, that might be where the poem starts. I think I'm done.
Bye.
Thank you, Philly, so much.
I can't get myself disconnected, so you're gonna have to disconnect me in the middle of my sentence, unless you...
Something like that. And Morgan, thank you. Appreciate you as always.
Always throw.
And Blake, thanks for hanging out all night. Appreciate you. It's good to see you. Great questions, great stories. Really.
Later, y'all.
He even then it was too fast. He just won't do it. I'll get him one day. But I appreciate all of you. Whether you come in to tap the screen, share the live, do all the engaging things like gift the panel and, show your appreciation, all those things that help with the algorithm and the engagement in general. Or if you just come in to fall asleep. Either way, I appreciate you being here. Really do. Thank you so much. I really can't get over how wonderful this audience is every day. Brings a smile to this bony face. But also, the other thing that might bring a smile to this bony face is the mods. You guys are incredible. And we know I couldn't do this without you, so thank you so much. Definitely want to see some W's in the chat for the mods. Thank you for making this such a comfortable place for the best audience on TikTok. Really appreciate every one of you. Thank you. And of course, if you want to join this community, see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, you can always check out the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. There's a Discord link at the top of that link tree. Of course, you'll want to read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might just look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you happen to stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference in the world. So thank you. Thank you. And, oh yeah, there's that second link in the link tree. Like, we go down one by one. There's some good links there. YouTube and the Cash App and Venmo, I think. There's also that second link. You might like what's there, and there's always new things going on as that unfurls. And if you want to know what I'm talking about, you could skip the link tree and go straight to Batcolyte.com, and we'll see you there. But yeah, I think, unless I'm mistaken, there's really only one thing left. You say you know, but slow it down. Is it your choice? Or is it handed down? A line you learned, a thought you keep, repeated often, buried deep. It feels like truth. It sounds the same. You say it quick. You stake your claim. But when it's pressed, you don't explore. You reach for what you've used before. That isn't thought. It's memory. Moving fast enough to be mistaken for a deeper view, when all it does is echo through. So let it pause. Don't speak it yet. Hold the answer. Let it set. Turn it over. Ask it why. Why it showed up first. Why it stood nearby. Ask it what it needs to still feel true, and what falls apart if the pieces move. What part of it you never choose. What part you keep. Because it's used. And when it answers, question still. Don't let it settle. Don't let it fill that space too fast, too clean, too right. That's comfort rushing in as light. A truth that's real won't fear the test, won't need protection to look its best. It won't collapse beneath your gaze or hide behind a familiar phrase. And if it breaks, let it go. You haven't lost what's real to know, just something built to stay in place. As long as you refused to face what happens when you look again and don't defend and don't pretend. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.